Section 17 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. The Activity of Children. In order rightly to understand the true nature of that extraordinary activity which is so noticeable in all children that are in a state of health, so as to be able to deal with it on the right principles and in a proper manner, it is necessary to turn our attention somewhat carefully to certain scientific truths in respect to the nature and action of force in general, which are now abundantly established, and which throw great light on the true character of that peculiar form of it which is so characteristic in childhood, and is indeed so abundantly developed by the vital functions of almost all young animals. One of the fundamental principles of this system of scientific truth is that which is called the persistence of force. The persistence of force. By the persistence of force is meant the principle, one now established with so much certainty as to command the assent of every thinking man who examines the subject, that in the ordinary course of nature no force is either ever originated or ever destroyed, but only changed in form. In other words, that all existing forces are but the continuation or prolongation of other forces preceding them, either of the same or other forms, but precisely equivalent in amount; and that no force can terminate its action in any other way than by being transmuted into some other force, either of the same or of some other form; but still, again, precisely equivalent in amount. It was formerly believed that a force might, under certain circumstances, be originated, created as it were, and hence the attempts to contrive machines for perpetual motion, that is, machines for the production of force. This idea is now wholly renounced by all well-informed men as utterly impossible in the nature of things. All that human mechanism can do is to provide modes for using advantageously a force previously existing, without the possibility of either increasing or diminishing it. No existing force can be destroyed. The only changes possible are changes of direction, changes in the relation of intensity to quantity, and changes of form. The cases in which a force is apparently increased or diminished, as well as those in which it seems to disappear, are all found, on examination, to be illusive. For example, the apparent increase of a man's power by the use of a lever is really no increase at all. It is true that, by pressing upon the outer arm with his own weight, he can cause the much greater weight of the stone to rise, but then it will rise only a very little way in comparison with the distance through which his own weight descends. His own weight must, in fact, descend through a distance as much greater than that by which the stone ascends, as the weight of the stone is greater than his weight. In other words, so far as the balance of the forces is concerned, the whole amount of the downward motion consists of the smaller weight descending through a greater distance, which will be equal to the whole amount of that of the larger one ascending through a smaller distance; and to produce a preponderance, the whole amount of the downward force must be somewhat greater. Thus the lever only gathers or concentrates force, as it were, but does not at all increase it. It is so with all the other contrivances for managing force for the accomplishment of particular purposes. None of them increase the force, but only alter its form and character with a view to its better adaptation to the purpose in view. Nor can any force be extinguished. When a bullet strikes against a solid wall, the force of its movement, which seems to disappear, is not lost; it is converted into heat, the temperature of both the bullet and of that part of the wall on which it impinges being raised by the concussion. And it is found that the amount of the heat which is thus produced is always in exact proportion to the quantity of mechanical motion which is stopped, this quantity depending on the weight of the bullet, and on the velocity with which it was moving. And it has been ascertained, moreover, by the most careful, patient, and many times repeated experiments and calculations, that the quantity of this heat is exactly the same with that which, through the medium of steam, or by any other mode of applying it, may be made to produce the same quantity of mechanical motion that was extinguished in the bullet. Thus the force was not destroyed, but only converted into another form. And if we should follow out the natural effects of this heat into which the motion of the bullet was transferred, we should find it rarefying the air around the place of concussion, and thus lifting the whole mass of the atmosphere above it, and producing currents of the nature of wind, and through these producing other effects, thus going on for ever; the force changing its form, but neither increasing or diminishing its quantity through a series of changes without end. The arrest and temporary reservation of force. Now, although it is thus impossible that any force should be destroyed, or in any way cease to exist in one form without setting in action a precisely equal amount in some other form, it may, as it were, pass into a condition of restraint, and remain thus suspended and latent for an indefinite period; ready, however, to break into action again the moment that the restraint is removed. Thus a perfectly elastic spring may be bent by a certain force, and retained in the bent position a long time. But the moment that it is released it will unbend itself, exercising in so doing precisely the degree of force expended in bending it. In the same manner air may be compressed in an air gun, and held thus with the force as it were imprisoned, for any length of time, until at last, when the detent is released by the trigger, the elastic force comes into action, exercising in its action a power precisely the same as that with which it was compressed. Force or power may be thus, as it were, stored up in a countless variety of ways, and reserved for future action; and, when finally released, the whole amount may be set free at once, so as to expend itself in a single impulse, as in the case of the arrow or the bullet; or it may be partially restrained, so as to expend itself gradually, as in the case of a clock or watch. In either case the total amount expended will be precisely the same, namely, the exact equivalent of that which was placed in store. Animal and vegetable life. There are a vast number of mechanical contrivances in use among men for thus putting force in store, as it were, and then using it more or less gradually, as may be required. And nature, moreover, does this on a scale so stupendous as to render all human contrivances for this purpose utterly insignificant in comparison. The great agent which nature employs in this work is vegetation. Indeed, it may truly be said that the great function of vegetable life, in all the infinitude of forms and characters which it assumes, is to receive and store up force derived from the emanations of the sun. Animal life, on the other hand, exists and fulfills its functions by the expenditure of this force. Animals receive vegetable productions containing these reserves of force into their systems, which systems contain arrangements for liberating the force and employing it for the purposes it is intended to subserve in the animal economy. The manner in which these processes are performed is in general terms as follows. The vegetable absorbs from the earth and from the air substances existing in their natural condition, that is, united according to their strongest affinities. These substances are chiefly water, containing various mineral salts in solution, from the ground, and carbonic acid from the air. These substances, after undergoing certain changes in the vessels of the plant, are exposed to the influence of the rays of the sun in the leaves. By the power of these rays, including the calorific, the luminous, and the actinic, the natural affinities by which the above-mentioned substances were united are overcome, and they are formed into new combinations, in which they are united by very weak affinities. Of course, they have a strong tendency to break away from the new unions, and fall back into the old. But, by some mysterious and incomprehensible means, the sun has the power to lock them, so to speak, in their new forms, so as to require a special condition of things for the releasing of them. Thus they form a reserve of force, which can be held in restraint until the conditions required for their release are realized. The process can be illustrated more particularly by a single case. Water, one of the substances absorbed by plants, is composed of oxygen and hydrogen, which are united by an affinity of prodigious force. It is the same with carbon and oxygen in a compound called carbonic acid, which is also one of the principal substances absorbed by plants from the air. Now the heat and other emanations from the sun, acting upon these substances in the leaves, forces the hydrogen and carbon away from their strong bond of union with oxygen, and sets the oxygen free, and then combines the carbon and the hydrogen into a sort of unwilling union with each other, a union from which they are always ready and eager to break away, that they may return to their union with the object of their former and much stronger attachment, namely oxygen; though they are so locked, by some mysterious means, that they cannot break away except when certain conditions necessary to their release are realized. Hydrocarbons. The substances thus formed by a weak union of carbon with hydrogen are called hydrocarbons. They comprise nearly all the highly inflammable vegetable substances. Their being combustible means simply that they have a great disposition to resume their union with oxygen, combustion being nothing other than a more or less violent return of a substance to a union with oxygen or some other such substance, usually one from which it had formerly been separated by force, giving out again by its return, in the form of heat, the force by which the original separation had been effected. A compound formed thus of substances united by very weak affinities, so that they are always ready to separate from each other and form new unions under the influence of stronger affinities, is said to be in a state of unstable equilibrium. It is the function of vegetable life to create these unstable combinations by means of the force derived from the sun; and the combinations, when formed, of course hold the force which formed them in reserve, ready to make itself manifest whenever it is released. Animals receive these substances into their systems in their food. A portion of them they retain, rearranging the components in some cases so as to form new compounds, but still unstable. These they use in constructing the tissues of the animal system, and some they reserve for future use. As fast as they require the heat and the force which are stored in them they expend them, thus recovering the force which was absorbed in the formation of them, and which now, on being released, reappears in the three forms of animal heat, muscular motion, and cerebral or nervous energy. There are other modes besides the processes of animal life by which the reserved force laid up by the vegetable process in these unstable compounds may be released. In many cases it releases itself under ordinary exposures to the oxygen of the atmosphere. A log of wood, which is composed chiefly of carbon and hydrogen in an unstable union, lying upon the ground will gradually decay, as we term it; that is, its elements will separate from each other, and form new unions with the elements of the surrounding air, thus returning to their normal condition. They give out, in so doing, a low degree of heat, which, being protracted through a course of years, makes up, in the end, the precise equivalent of that expended by the sun in forming the wood; that is, the power expended in the formation of the wood is all released in the dissolution of it. This process may be greatly accelerated by heat. If a portion of the wood is raised in temperature to a certain point, the elements begin to combine with the oxygen near, with so much violence as to release the reserved power with great rapidity; and as this force reappears in the form of heat, the next portions of the wood are at once raised to the right temperature to allow the process of reoxidation to go on rapidly with them. This is the process of combustion. Observations and experiments on decaying wood have been made, showing that the amount of heat developed by the combustion of a mass of wood, though much more intense for a time, is the same amount as that which is set free by the slower process of reoxidation by gradual decay, both being the equivalent of the amount absorbed by the leaves from the sun, in the process of deoxidizing the carbon and hydrogen when the wood was formed. The force imprisoned in these unstable compounds may be held in reserve for an unlimited period, so long as all opportunity is denied them of returning the elements that compose them to their natural combinations. Such a case occurs when large beds of vegetable substances are buried under layers of sediment, which subsequently become stone, and thus shut the hydrocarbonaceous compounds beneath them from all access to oxygen. The beds of coal thus formed retain their reserved force for periods of immense duration; and when at length the material thus protected is brought to the surface, and made to give up its treasured power, it manifests its efficiency in driving machinery, propelling trains, heating furnaces, or diffusing warmth and comfort around the family fireside. In all these cases the heat and power developed from the coal is heat and power derived originally from the sun, and now set free after having laid dormant thousands and perhaps millions of years. This simple case of the formation of hydrocarbons from the elements furnished by carbonic acid and water is only adduced as an illustration of the general principle. The modes by which the power of the sun actually takes effect in the decomposition of stable compounds, and the formation of unstable ones from the elements thus obtained, are innumerable, and the processes as well as the combinations that result are extremely complicated. These processes include not only the first formation of the unstable compounds in the leaf, but also an endless series of modifications and rearrangements which they subsequently undergo, as well in the other organs of the plant as in those of the animal when they are finally introduced into an animal system. In all, however, the general result is substantially the same, namely, the forcing of elements into unnatural combinations, so to speak, by the power of the sun acting through the instrumentality of vegetation, in order that they may subsequently, in the animal system, give out that power again by the effort they make to release themselves from the coercion imposed upon them, and to return to the natural unions in which they can find again stability and repose. One of the chief elements employed in the formation of these weakly combined substances is nitrogen, its compounds being designated as nitrogenous substances, and noted as a class for the facility with which they are decomposed. Nitrogen is, in fact, the great weak holder of nature. Young students in chemistry, when they learn that nitrogen is distinguished by the weakness of its affinities for other elements, and its consequent great inertness as a chemical agent, are often astonished to find that its compounds, such as nitric acid, niter, which gives its explosive character to gunpowder, nitroglycerin, gun-cotton, and various other explosive substances which it helps to form, are among the most remarkable in nature for the violence and intensity of their action, and for the extent to which the principle of vitality avails itself of them as magazines of force, upon which to draw in the fulfillment of its various functions. But this is really just what should be expected. It is the very weakness of the hold which nitrogen maintains upon the elements combined with it that facilitates their release, and affords them the opportunity to seize with so much avidity and violence on those for which they have a strong attraction. It is as if a huntsman should conduct a pack of ferocious dogs into a field occupied by a flock of sheep, quietly grazing, holding the dogs securely by very strong leashes. The quiet and repose of the field might not be seriously disturbed. But if, on the other hand, a child comes in, leading the dogs by threads which they can easily sunder, a scene of the greatest violence and confusion would ensue. In the same manner, when nitrogen, holding the particles of oxygen with which it is combined in the compounds above named by a very feeble control, brings them into the presence of other substances for which they have a very strong affinity, they release themselves at once from their weak custodian, and rush into the combinations which their nature demands with so much avidity as to produce combustions, deflagrations, and explosions of the most violent character. The force which the elements display in these reunions is always, and this is one aspect of the great discovery of modern times in respect to the persistence or constancy of force which has already been referred to, precisely the same in amount as that which was required for dissevering them from their original combinations with such substances at some previous time. The processes of vegetation are the chief means employed for effecting the original separations by the power of the sun and for forming the unstable compounds by which this power is held in reserve. The animal system, on the other hand, takes in these compounds, remodels them so far as is required to adapt them to its structure, assimilates them, and then, as occasion requires, it releases the concealed force, which then manifests itself in the forms of animal heat, of muscular motion, and of cerebral and nervous power. In what way and to what extent the knowledge of these truths should influence us in the management and training of children in respect to their extraordinary activity is the question we have next to consider. End of section 17. Section 18 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. The Activity of Children, Part 2. Practical applications of these principles. If we watch a bird for a little while hopping along upon the ground, and up and down between the ground and the branches of a tree, we shall at first be surprised at his incessant activity, and next, if we reflect a little, at the utter aimlessness and uselessness of it. He runs a little way along the path, then he hops up upon a twig, then down again upon the ground, then makes believe peck at something which he imagines or pretends that he sees in the grass. Then, canting his head to one side and upward, the branch of a tree there happens to strike his eye, upon which he at once flies up to it. Perching himself upon it for the moment, he utters a burst of joyous song, and then instantly afterwards, down he comes upon the ground again, runs along, stops, runs along a little farther, stops again, looks around him a moment, as if wondering what to do next, and then flies off out of our field of view. If we could follow, and had patience to watch him so long, we should find him continuing this incessantly changing but never ceasing activity all the day long. We sometimes imagine that the bird's movements are to be explained by supposing that he is engaged in the search for food in these evolutions. But when we reflect how small a quantity of food his little crop will contain, we shall be at once convinced that a large proportion of his apparent pecking for food is only make-believe, and that he moves thus incessantly not so much on account of the end he seeks to attain by it, as on account of the very pleasure of the motion. He hops about and pecks, not for the love of anything he expects to find, but just for the love of hopping and pecking. The real explanation is that the food which he has taken is delivering up within his system the force stored in it that was received originally from the beams of the sun, while the plant which produced it was growing. This force must have an outlet, and it finds this outlet in the incessant activity of the bird's muscles and brain. The various objects which attract his attention without invite the force to expend itself in certain special directions. But the impelling cause is within and not without, and were there nothing without to serve as objects for its action, the necessity of its action would be none the less imperious. The lion, when imprisoned in his cage, walks to and fro continuously if there is room for him to take 2 steps and turn, and if there is not room for this, he moves his head incessantly from side to side. The force within him, which his vital organs are setting at liberty from its imprisonment in his food, must in some way find issue. Mothers do not often stop to speculate upon, and may even, perhaps, seldom observe the restless and incessant activity of birds, but that of their children forces itself upon their attention by its effects in disturbing their own quiet avocations and pleasures, and they often wonder what can be the inducement which leads to such a perpetual succession of movements made apparently without motive or end; and, not perceiving any possible inducement to account for it, They are more apt to consider this restless activity so causeless and unreasonable as to make it a fault for which the child is to be censured or punished, or which they are to attempt to cure by means of artificial restraints. They would not attempt such repercussions as this if they were aware that all this muscular and mental energy of action in the child is only the outward manifestation of an inward force developed in a manner wholly independent of its will, a force, too, which must spend itself in some way or other, and that, if not allowed to do this in its own way, by impelling the limbs and members to outward action, it will do so by destroying the delicate mechanism within. We see this in the case of men who are doomed for long periods to solitary confinement. The force derived from their food and released within their systems by the vital processes, being cut off by the silence and solitude of the dungeon from all usual and natural outlets, begins to work mischief within, by disorganizing the cerebral and other vital organs, and producing insanity and death. Common mistake. We make a great mistake when we imagine that children are influenced in their activity mainly by a desire for the objects which they attain by it. It is not the ends attained, but the pleasurable feeling which the action of the internal force, issuing by its natural channels, affords them, and the sense of power which accompanies this action. An end which presents itself to be attained invites this force to act in one direction rather than another, but it is the action, and not the end, in which the charm resides. Give a child a bow and arrow, and send him out into the yard to try it, and if he does not happen to see anything to shoot at, he will shoot at random into the air. But if there is any object which will serve as a mark in sight, it seems to have the effect of drawing his aim towards it. He shoots at the vane on the barn, at an apple on a tree, a knot in the fence, anything which will serve the purpose of a mark. This is not because he has any end to accomplish in hitting the vane, the apple, or the knot, but only because there is an impulse within him leading him to shoot, and if there happens to be anything to shoot at, it gives that impulse a direction. It is precisely the same with the incessant muscular activity of a child. He comes into a room and sits down in the first seat that he sees. Then he jumps up and runs to another, then to another, until he has tried all the seats in the room. This is not because he particularly wishes to try the seats. He wishes to move, and the seats happen to be at hand, and they simply give direction to the impulse. If he were out of doors, the same office would be fulfilled by a fence which he might climb over, instead of going through an open gate close by, or a wall that he could walk upon with difficulty, instead of going, without difficulty, along a path at the foot of it, or a pole which he could try to climb, when there was no motive for climbing it but a desire to make muscular exertion, or a steep bank where he can scramble up when there is nothing that he wishes for on the top of it. In other words, the things that children do are not done for the sake of the things, but for the sake of the doing. Parents very often do not understand this, and are accordingly continually asking such foolish questions as, "George, what do you wish to climb over that fence for, when there is a gate all open close by? James, what good do you expect to get by climbing up that tree, when you know there is nothing on it, not even a bird's nest?" And, "Lucy, what makes you keep jumping up all the time, and running about to different places? Why can't you, when you get a good seat, sit still in it?" The children, if they understood the philosophy of the case, might answer, "We don't climb over the fence at all because we wish to be on the other side of it, or scramble up the bank for the sake of anything that is on the top of it, or run about to different places because we wish to be in the places particularly. It is the internal force that is in us working itself off, and it works itself off in the ways that come most readily to hand." Various modes in which the reserved force reappears. The force thus stored in the food and liberated within the system by the vital processes finds scope for action in several different ways, prominent among which are, first, in the production of animal heat; secondly, in muscular contractions and the motions of the limbs and members resulting from them, and thirdly, in mental phenomena connected with the action of the brain and the nerves. This last branch of the subject is yet enveloped in great mystery, but the proof seems to be decisive that the nervous system of man comprises organs which are actively exercised in the performance of mental operations, and that in this exercise they consume important portions of the vital force. If, for example, a child is actually engaged at play, and we direct him to take a seat and sit still, he will find it very difficult to do so. The inward force will soon begin to struggle within him to find an issue. But if, while he is so sitting, we begin to relate to him some very surprising or exciting story to occupy his mind, he will become motionless, and very likely remain so until the story is ended. It is supposed that in such cases the force is drawn off, so to speak, through the cerebral organs which it is employed in keeping in play, as the instruments by which the emotions and ideas which the story awakens in the mind are evolved. This part of the subject, as has already been remarked, is full of mystery. But the general fact that a portion of the force derived from the food is expended in the actions of the brain and nervous system seems well established. Indeed, the whole subject of the reception and the storing up of force from the sun by the processes of vegetable and animal life, and the subsequent liberation of it in the fulfillment of the various functions of the animal system, is full of difficulties and mysteries. It is only a very simple view of the general principle which is presented in these articles. In nature the operations are not simple at all. They are involved in endless complications which are yet only to a very limited extent unraveled. The general principle is, however, well established; and if understood, even as a general principle, by parents and teachers, it will greatly modify their action in dealing with the incessant restlessness and activity of the young. It will teach them, among other things, the following practical rules. Practical Rules. 1. Never find fault with children for their incapacity to keep still. You may stop the supply of force, if you will, by refusing to give them food; but if you continue the supply, you must not complain of its manifesting itself in action. After giving your boy his breakfast, to find fault with him for being incessantly in motion when his system has absorbed it, is simply to find fault with him for being healthy and happy. To give children food and then to restrain the resulting activity, is conduct very analogous to that of the engineer who should lock the action of his engine, turn all the stopcocks, and shut down the safety valve, while he still went on all the time putting in coal under the boiler. The least that he could expect would be a great hissing and fizzling at all the joints of his machine, and it would be only by means of such a degree of looseness in the joints as would allow of the escape of the imprisoned force in this way that could prevent the repression ending in a frightful catastrophe. Now 9/10 of the whispering and playing of children in school, and of the noise, the rudeness, and the petty mischief of children at home, is just this hissing and fizzling of an imprisoned power, and nothing more. In a word, we must favor and promote, by every means in our power, the activity of children, not censure and repress it. We may endeavor to turn it aside from wrong channels, that is, to prevent its manifesting itself in ways injurious to them or annoying to others. We must not, however, attempt to divert it from these channels by damming it up, but by opening other channels that will draw it away in better directions. 2. In encouraging the activity of children, and in guiding the direction of it in their hours of play, we must not expect to make it available for useful results, other than that of promoting their own physical development and health. At least, we can do this only in a very limited degree. Almost all useful results require for their attainment a long continuance of efforts of the same kind; that is, expenditure of the vital force by the continued action of the same organs. Now it is a principle of nature that while the organs of an animal system are in process of formation and growth, they can exercise their power only for a very brief period at a time without exhaustion. This necessitates on the part of all young animals incessant changes of action, or alternations of action and repose. A farmer of 40 years of age, whose organs are well developed and mature, will chop wood all day without excessive fatigue. Then, when he comes home at night, he will sit for 3 hours in the evening upon the settle by his fireside, thinking; his mind occupied perhaps upon the details of the management of his farm, or upon his plans for the following day. The vital force thus expends itself for many successive hours through his muscles, and then, when his muscles are at rest, it finds its egress for several other hours through the brain. But in the child the mode of action must change every few minutes. He is made tired with 5 minutes' labor. He is satisfied with 5 minutes' rest. He will ride his rocking horse, if alone, a short time, and then he comes to you to ask you to tell him a story. While listening to the story his muscles are resting, and the force is spending its strength in working the mechanism of the brain. If you make your story too long, the brain in turn becomes fatigued, and he feels instinctively impelled to divert the vital force again into muscular action. If, instead of being alone with his rocking horse, he has company there, he will seem to continue his bodily effort a long time, but he does not really do so, for he stops continually to talk with his companion, thus allowing his muscles to rest for a brief period, during which the vital force expends its strength in carrying on trains of thought and emotion through the brain. He is not to be blamed for this seeming capriciousness. These frequent changes in the mode of action are a necessity, and this necessity evidently unfits him for any kind of monotonous or continued exertion, the only kind which, in ordinary cases, can be made conducive to any useful results. 3. Parents at home and teachers at school must recognize these psychological laws relating to the action of the young, and make their plans and arrangements conform to them. The periods of confinement to any one mode of action in the very young, and especially mental action, must be short, and they must alternate frequently with other modes. That rapid succession of bodily movements and of mental ideas, and the emotions mingling and alternating with them, which constitute what children call play, must be regarded not simply as an indulgence, but as a necessity for them. The play must be considered as essential as the study, and that not merely for the very young, but for all, up to the age of maturity. For older pupils, in the best institutions of the country, some suitable provision is made for this want; but the mothers of young children at home are often at a loss by what means to effect this purpose, and many are very imperfectly aware of the desirableness, and even the necessity, of doing this. As for the means of accomplishing the object, that is, providing channels for the complete expenditure of this force in the safest and most agreeable manner for the child, and the least inconvenient and troublesome for others, much must depend upon the tact, the ingenuity, and the discretion of the mother. It will, however, be a great point gained for her when she once fully comprehends that the tendency to incessant activity, and even to turbulence and noise, on the part of her child, only shows that he is all right in his vital machinery, and that this exuberance of energy is something to be pleased with and directed, not denounced and restrained. End of Section 18.
Section 19 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Luna. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 15. The Imagination of Children. Part 1. The reader may, perhaps, recollect that in the last chapter there was an intimation that a portion of the force which was produced, or rather liberated and brought into action, by the consumption of food in the vital system, expended itself in the development of thoughts, emotions, and other forms of mental action, through the organization of the brain and of the nerves. Expenditure of force through the brain. The whole subject of the expenditure of material force in maintaining those forms of mental action which are carried on through the medium of bodily organs, it must be admitted, is involved in great obscurity, for it is only a glimmering of light which science has yet been able to throw into this field. It is, however, becoming the settled opinion among all well-informed persons that the soul, during the time of its connection with the material system in this life, performs many of those functions which we class as mental, through the medium, or instrumentality, in some mysterious way, of material organs, just as we all know is the case with the sensations, that is, the impressions made through the organs of sense, and that the maintaining of these mental organs, so to speak, in action, involves a certain expenditure of some form of physical force, the source of this force being in the food that is consumed in the nourishment of the body. There is certainly no apparent reason why there should be any antecedent presumption against the supposition that the soul performs the act of remembering or of conceiving an imaginary scene through the instrumentality of a bodily organ, more than that it should receive a sensation of light or of sound through such a channel. The question of the independent existence of the immateriality of the thinking and feeling principle, which takes cognizance of these thoughts and sensations, is not at all affected by any inquiries into the nature of the instrumentality by means of which, in a particular stage of its existence, it performs these functions. Phenomena explained by this principle. This truth, if it be indeed a truth, throws great light on what would be otherwise quite inexplicable in the playful activity of the mental faculties of children. The curious fantasy, imaginings, and make-believes, the pleasure of listening to marvelous and impossible tales, and of hearing odd and unpronounceable words or combination of words, the love of acting and of disguises, of the impersonation of inanimate objects, of seeing things as they are not, and of creating and giving reality to what has no existence except in their own minds, are all the gambollings and frolics, so to speak, of the embryo faculties just becoming conscious of their existence, and affording, like the muscles of motion, so many different uses for the internal force derived from the food. Thus the action of the mind of a child in holding an imaginary conversation with a doll, or in inventing or in relating an impossible fairy story, or in converting a switch on which he pretends to be riding into a prancing horse, is precisely analogous to that of the muscles of the lamb, or the calf, or any other young animal in its gambols. That is, it is the result of the force which the vital functions are continually developing within the system, and which flows and must flow continually out through whatever channels are open to it, and in thus flowing sets all the various systems of machinery into play, each in its own appropriate manner. In any other view of the subject than this, many of the phenomena of childhood would be still more wonderful and inexplicable than they are. One would have supposed, for example, that the imagination, being, as is commonly thought, one of the most exalted and refined of the mental faculties of man, would be one of the latest, in the order of time, to manifest itself in the development of the mind, instead of which it is, in fact, one of the earliest. Children live, in a great measure, from the earliest age in an ideal world, their pains and their pleasures, their joys and their fears being, to a vast extent, the concomitants of phantasms and illusions, having often the slightest bond of connection with the realities around them. The realities themselves, moreover, often have far greater influence over them by what they suggest than by what they are. Indeed, the younger the child is, within reasonable limits, the more susceptible he seems to be to the power of the imagination, and the more easily his mind and heart are reached and influenced through this avenue. At a very early period the realities of actual existence and the phantasms of the mind seem inseparably mingled, and it is only after much experience and a considerable development of his powers that the line of distinction between them becomes defined. The power of investing an elongated bag of bran with the attributes and qualities of a thinking being, so as to make it an object of solicitude and affection, which would seem to imply a high exercise of one of the most refined and exalted of human faculties, does not come, as we might have expected, at the end of a long period of progress and development, but springs into existence, as it were, at once in the very earliest years. The progress and development are required to enable the child to perceive that the rude and shapeless doll is not a living and lovable thing. This mingling of the real and imaginary worlds shows itself to the close observer in a thousand curious ways. The true explanation of this phenomenon seems to be that the various embryo faculties are brought into action by the vital force at first in a very irregular, intermingled, and capricious manner, just as the muscles are in the endless and objectless play of the limbs and members. They develop themselves and grow by this very action, and we ought not only to indulge, but to cherish the action in all its beautiful manifestations by every means in our power. These mental organs, so to speak, that is, the organs of the brain, through which, while its connection with the body continues, the mind performs its mental functions, grow and thrive, as the muscles do, by being reasonably kept in exercise. It is evident from these facts that the parent should be pleased with, and should encourage the exercise of these embryo powers in his children, and both father and mother may be greatly aided in their efforts to devise means for reaching and influencing their hearts by means of them, and especially through the action of the imagination, which will be found, when properly employed, to be capable of exercising an almost magical power of imparting great attractiveness and giving great effect to lessons of instruction which, in their simple form, would be dull, tiresome, and ineffective. Precisely what is meant by this will be shown more clearly by some examples. Methods exemplified. One of the simplest and easiest modes by which a mother can avail herself of the vivid imagination of the child in amusing and entertaining him, is by holding conversation with representations of persons, or even of animals, in the pictures which she shows him. Thus, in the case, for example, of a picture which she is showing to her child sitting in her lap, the picture containing, we will suppose, a representation of a little girl with books under her arms, she may say, "My little girl, where are you going?" "I am going," speaking now in a somewhat altered voice to represent the voice of a little girl, "to school." "Ah, you are going to school! You don't look quite old enough to go to school. Who sits next to you at school?" "George Williams." "George Williams! Is he a good boy?" "Yes, he's a very good boy." "I am glad you have a good boy, and one that is kind to you to sit by you. That must be very pleasant." And so on, as long as the child is interested in listening. Or, "What is your name, my little girl?" "My name is Lucy." "That's a pretty name. And where do you live?" "I live in that house under the trees." "Ah, I see the house. And where is your room in that house?" "My room is the one where you see the window open." "I see it. What have you got in your room?" "I have a bed and a table by the window, and I keep my doll there. I have got a cradle for my doll, and a little trunk to keep her clothes in. And I've got—" The mother may go on in this way, and describe a great number and variety of objects in the room, such as are calculated to interest and please the little listener. It is the pleasurable exercise of some dawning faculty or faculties acting through embryo organs of the brain, by which the mind can picture to itself, more or less vividly, unreal scenes, which is the source of the enjoyment in such cases as this. A child may be still more interested, perhaps, by imaginary conversations of this kind with pictures of animals, and by varying the forms of them in such a way as to call a new set of mental faculties into play, as, for example, here is a picture of a squirrel. I'll ask him where he lives. Bunny, Bunny, stop a minute. I want to speak to you. I want you to tell me where you live. I live in a hole. Where is your hole? It is under that big log that you see back in the woods. Yes, speaking now to the child, I see the log. Don't you see it? Touch it with your finger. Yes, that must be it. But I don't see any hole. Bunny, assuming now the tone of speaking again to the squirrel, I don't see your hole. No, I do not mean that anybody should see it. I made it in a hidden place in the ground, so as to have it out of sight. I wish I could see it, and I wish more that I could look down into it and see what is there. What is there in your hole, Bunny? My nest is there, and my little bunnies. How many little bunnies have you got? And so on, to any extent that you desire. It is obvious that conversations of this kind may be made the means of conveying, indirectly, a great deal of instructions to young children on a great variety of subjects, and lessons of duty may be inculcated thus in a very effective manner, and by a method which is at the same time easy and agreeable for the mother, and extremely attractive to the child. This may seem a very simple thing, and it is really very simple. But any mother who has never resorted to this method of amusing and instructing her child will be surprised to find what an easy and inexhaustible source for her it may become. Children are always coming to ask for stories, and the mother often has no story at hand, and her mind is too much preoccupied to invent one. Here is a ready resort in every such emergency. Very well, replies the mother to such a request. I'll tell you a story. But I must have a picture to my story. Find me a picture in some book. The child brings a picture, no matter what. There is no possible picture that will not suggest to a person possessed of ordinary ingenuity an endless number of talks to interest and amuse the child. To take an extreme case, suppose the picture is a rude pencil drawing of a post, and nothing besides. You can imagine a boy hidden behind the post, and you can call to him, and finally obtain an answer from him, and have a long talk with him about his play, and who he is hiding from, and what other way he has of playing with his friend. Or you can talk with the post directly. Ask him where he came from, who put him in the ground, and what he was put in the ground for, and what kind of a tree he was when he was a part of a tree growing in the woods, and, following the subject out, the conversation may be the means of not only amusing the child for the moment, but also of gratifying his curiosity and imparting a great amount of useful information to him, which will materially aid in the development of his powers. Or you may ask the post whether he has any relatives, and he may reply that he has a great many cousins. He has some cousins that live in the city, and they are called lamp posts, and their business is to hold lamps to light people along the streets, and he has some other cousins who stand in a long row and hold up the telegraph wire to carry message from one part of the world to another, and so on without end. If all this be done by means of a rude representation of a simple post, it may easily be seen that no picture which the child can possibly bring can fail to serve as a subject for such conversations. Some mothers may, perhaps, think it must require a great deal of ingenuity and skill to carry out these ideas effectively into practice, and that is true, or rather it is true that there is in it scope for the exercise of a great deal of ingenuity and skill, and even of genius, for those who possess these qualities, but the degree of ingenuity required for commencement in this method is very small, and that necessary for complete success it is very easily acquired. End of section 19. Section 20 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Luna. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young, by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 15. The Imagination of Children. Part 2. Personification of inanimate objects. It will at once occur to the mother that any inanimate object may be personified in this way and addressed as a living and intelligent being. Your child is sick, I will suppose, and is somewhat feverish and fretful. In adjusting his dress you prick him a little with a pin, and the pain and annoyance acting on his morbid sensibilities bring out expressions of irritation and ill humour. Now you may, if you please, tell him that he must not be so impatient, that you did not mean to hurt him, that he must not mind a little prick, and the like, and you will meet with the ordinary success that attends such admonitions. Or, in the spirit of the foregoing suggestions, you may say, "Did the pin prick you? I'll catch the little rogue, and hear what he has to say for himself. Ah, here he is, I've caught him. I'll hold him fast, lie still in my lap, and we will hear what he has to say. Look up here, my little prickler, and tell me what your name is." "My name is Pin." "And your name is Pin, is it? How bright you are! How came you to be so bright?" "Oh, they brightened me when they made me." "Indeed! And how did they make you?" "They made me in a machine." "In a machine? That's very curious. How did they make you in the machine? Tell us all about it." "They made me out of wire. First the machine cut off a piece of the wire long enough to make me, and then I was carried round to different parts of the machine to have different things done to me. I went first to one part to get straightened. Don't you see how straight I am?" "Yes, you are very straight indeed." "Then I went to another part of the machine and had my head put on. And then I went to another part and had my point sharpened. And then I was polished and covered all over with a beautiful silvering to make me bright and white." And so on indefinitely. The mother may continue to talk as long as the child is interested, by letting the pin give an account of the various adventures that happened to it in the course of its life, and finally call it to account for prickling a poor little sick child. Any mother can judge whether such a mode of treating the case, or the more usual one of gravely exhorting the child to patience and good humor when sick, is likely to be most effectual in soothing the nervous irritation of the little patient, and restoring its mind to a condition of calmness and repose. The mother who reads these suggestions in a cursory manner, and contents herself with saying that they are very good, but makes no resolute and persevering effort to acquire for herself the ability to avail herself of them, will have no idea of the immense practical value of them as a means of aiding her in her work and promoting the happiness of her children. But if she will make the attempt, she will most certainly find enough encouragement in her first effort to induce her to persevere. She must, moreover, not only originate herself modes of amusing the imagination of her children, but must fall in with and aid those which they originate. If your little daughter is playing with her doll, look up from your work and say a few words to the doll or the child in a grave and serious manner, assuming that the doll is a living and sentient being. If your boy is playing horses in the garden while you are there attending to your flower, ask him with all gravity what he values his horse at, and whether he wishes to sell him. Ask him whether he ever bites or breaks out of his pasture, and give him some advice about not driving him too fast uphill and not giving him oats when he is warm. He will at once enter in such a conversation in the most serious manner, and the pleasure of the play will be greatly increased by your joining with him in maintaining the illusion. There is a little more important advantage than the temporary increase to your children's happiness by acting on this principle. By thus joining with them, even for a few moments, in their play, you establish a closer bond of sympathy between your own heart and theirs, and attach them to you more strongly than you can do by any other means. Indeed, in many cases the most important moral lesson can be conveyed in connection with these illusions of children, and in a way not only more agreeable, but far more effective than by any other method. Influence without claim to authority. Acting through the imagination of children, if the art of doing so is once understood, will prove at once an invaluable and an inexhaustible resource for all those classes of persons who are placed in situations requiring them to exercise an influence over children without having any proper authority over them, such, for example, as uncles and aunts, older brothers and sisters, and even visitors residing more or less permanently in a family, and desirous, from a wish to do good, of promoting the welfare and the improvement of the younger members of it. It often happens that such a visitor, without any actual right of authority, acquires a greater influence over the minds of the children than the parents themselves, and many a mother, who, with all her threatenings and scoldings and even punishments, cannot make herself obeyed, is surprised at the absolute ascendancy which some inmate residing in the family acquires over them by means so silent, gentle, and unpretending, that they seem mysterious and almost magical. "What is the secret of it?" asks the mother sometimes in such a case. "You never punish the children, and you never scold them, and yet they obey you a great deal more readily and certainly than they obey me. There are a great many different means which may be employed in combination with each other for acquiring this kind of ascendancy, and among them the use which may be made of the power of the imagination in the young is one of the most important." The intermediation of the dolls again. A young teacher, for example, in returning from school some day, finds the children of the family in which she resides, who have been playing with their dolls in the yard, engaged in some angry dispute. The first impulse with many persons in such a case might be to sit down with the children upon the seat where they were playing, and remonstrate with them, though in a very kind and gentle manner, on the wrongfulness and folly of such disputings, to show them that the thing in question is not worth disputing about, that angry feelings are uncomfortable and unhappy feelings, and that it is, consequently, not only a sin, but a folly to indulge in them. Now, such a remonstrance, if given in a kind and gentle manner, will undoubtedly do good. The children will be somewhat less likely to become involved in such a dispute immediately after it than before, and in process of time, and through many repetitions of such counsels, the fault may be gradually cured. Still, at the time, it will make the children uncomfortable by producing in their minds a certain degree of irritation. They will be very apt to listen in silence, and with a morose and sullen air, and if they do not call the admonition a scolding, on account of the kind and gentle tones in which it is delivered, they will be very apt to consider it much in that light. Suppose, however, that, instead of dealing with the case in this matter of fact and naked way, the teacher calls the imagination of the children to her aid, and administers her admonition and reproof indirectly through the dolls. She takes the dolls in her hand, asks their names, and inquires which of the two girls is the mother of each. The dolls' names are Bella and Araminta, and the mothers are Lucy and Mary. "But I might have asked Araminta herself," she adds, and, so saying, she holds the doll before her, and enters into a long imaginary conversation with her, more or less spirited and original, according to the talent and ingenuity of the young lady, but, in any conceivable case, enough so to completely absorb the attention of the children and fully to occupy their minds. She asks each of them her name, and inquires of each which of the girls is her mother, and makes first one of them and then the other point to her mother in giving her answer. By this time the illusion is completely established in the children's minds of regarding their dolls as living beings, responsible to mothers for their conduct and behavior, and the young lady can go on and give her admonitions and instructions in respect to the sin and folly of quarreling to them, the children listening. And it will be found that by this management the impression upon the minds of the children will be far greater and more effective than if the counsels were addressed directly to them, while, at the same time, though they may even take the form of very severe reproof, they will produce no sullenness or vexation in the minds of those for whom they are really intended. Indeed, the very reason why the admonition thus given will be so much more effective is the fact that it does not tend in any degree to awaken resentment and vexation, but associates the lesson which the teacher wishes to convey with amusement and pleasure. "You are very pretty," she says, we will suppose addressing the dolls, "and you look very amiable. I suppose you are very amiable." Then, turning to the children, she asks in a confidential undertone, "Do they ever get into disputes and quarrels?" "Sometimes," says one of the children, entering at once into the idea of the teacher. "Ah!" the teacher exclaims, turning again to the dolls. "I hear that you dispute and quarrel sometimes, and I am very sorry for it. That is very foolish. It is only silly little children that we expect will dispute and quarrel. I should not have supposed it possible in the case of such young ladies as you. It is a great deal better to be yielding and kind. If one of you says something that the other thinks is not true, let it pass without contradiction. It is foolish to dispute about it. And so, if one has anything that the other wants, it is generally much better to wait for it than to quarrel. It is hateful to quarrel. Besides, it spoils your beauty. When children are quarreling, they look like little furies." The teacher may go on in this way, and give a long moral lecture to the dolls in a tone of mock gravity, and the children will listen to it with the most profound attention, and it will have a far greater influence upon them than the same admonitions addressed directly to them. So effectually, in fact, will this element of play in the transaction open their hearts to the reception of good counsel, that even direct admonitions to them will be admitted with it, if the same guise is maintained. For the teacher may add in conclusion, addressing now the children themselves with the same mock solemnity, "That is a very bad fault of your children, very bad indeed, and it is one that you will find very hard to correct. You must give them a great deal of good counsel on the subject, and, above all, you must be careful to set them a good example yourselves. Children always imitate what they see in their mothers, whether it is good or bad. If you are always amiable and kind to one another, they will be so too." The thoughtful mother, in following out the suggestions here given, will see at once how the interest which the children take in their dolls, and the sense of reality which they feel in respect to all their dealings with them, opens before her a boundless field in respect to modes of reaching and influencing their minds and hearts. The ball itself made to teach carefulness. There is literally no end to the modes by which persons having the charge of young children can avail themselves of their vivid imaginative powers in inculcating moral lessons or influencing their conduct. A boy, we will suppose, has a new ball. Just as he is going out to play with it his father takes it from him to examine it, and, after turning it round and looking at it attentively on every side, holds it up to his ear. The boy asks what his father is doing. "I am listening to hear what he says." "And what does he say, father?" "He says that you won't have him to play with long." "Why not?" "I will ask him." "Why not?" holding the ball again to his ear. "What does he say, father?" "He says he is going to run away from you and hide. He says you will go to play near some building, and he means, when you throw him or knock him, to fly against the window and break the glass, and then people will take your ball away from you." "But I won't play near any windows." "He says, at any rate, you will play near some building, and when you knock him he means to fly up to the roof and get behind a chimney, or roll down into the gutter where you can't get him." "But, father, I am not going to play near any building at all." Then you will play in some place where there are holes in the ground, or thickets of bushes near, where he can hide." "No, father, I mean to look well over the ground, and not play in any place where there is any danger at all." "Well, we shall see. But the little rogue is determined to hide somewhere." The boy takes his ball and goes out to play with it, far more effectually cautioned than he could have been by any direct admonition. The Teacher and the Tough Logs. A teacher who was engaged in a district school in the country, where the arrangement was for the older boys to saw and split the wood for the fire, on coming one day at the recess to see how the work was going on, found that the boys had laid one rather hard-looking log aside. They could not split that log, they said. "Yes," said the teacher, looking at the log, "I don't wonder. I know that log. I saw him before. His name is Old Gnarly. He says he has no idea of coming open of a parcel of boys, even if they have got beetle and wedges. It takes a man, he says, to split him." The boys stood looking at the log with a very grave expression of countenance as they heard these words. "Is that what he says?" asks one of them. "Let's try him again, Joe." "It will do no good," said the teacher, "for he won't come open if he can possibly help it. And there's another fellow," pointing. "His name is Slivertwist. If you get a crack in him you will find him full of twisted splinters that he holds himself together with. The only way is to cut them through with a sharp axe, but he holds on so tight with them that I don't believe you can get him open. He says he never gives up to boys." So saying, the teacher went away. It is scarcely necessary to say to any one who knows boys that the teacher was called out not long afterwards to see that Old Gnarly and Old Slivertwist were both split up fine, the boys standing around the heaps of well-prepared firewood which they had afforded, and regarding them with an air of exultation and triumph. Muscles reinvigorated through the action of the mind. An older sister has been taking a walk with little Johnny, 4 years old, as her companion. On their return, when within half a mile of home, Johnny, tired of gathering flowers and chasing butterflies, comes to his sister with a fatigued and languid air, and says he cannot walk any further. He wants to be carried. "I can't carry you very well," she says, "but I will tell you what we will do. We will stop at the first tavern we come to and rest. Do you see that large float stone out there at the turn of the road? That is the tavern, and you shall be my courier. A courier is a man that goes forward as fast as he can on his horse and tells the tavern keeper that the traveler is coming and orders supper. So you may gallop on as fast as you can go, and when you get to the tavern, tell the tavern keeper that the princess is coming. I am the princess, and that he must get ready an excellent supper." The boy will gallop on and wait at the stone. When his sister arrives, she may sit and rest with him a moment, entertaining him by imagining conversations with the innkeeper, and then resume their walk. "Now," she may say, "I must send my courier to the post office with a letter. Do you see that fence away forward? That fence is the post office. We will play that one of the cracks between the boards is the letter box. Take this letter," handing him any little scrap of paper which she has taken from her pocket and folded to represent a letter, "and put it in a letter box, and speak to the postmaster through the crack, and tell him to send the letter as soon as he can." Under such management as this, unless the child's exhaustion is very great, his sense of it will disappear, and he will accomplish the walk not only without any more complaining, but with a great feeling of pleasure. The nature of the action in such a case seems to be that the vital force, when, in its direct and ordinary passage to the muscles through the nerves, it has exhausted the resources of that mode of transmission, receives in some mysterious way a reinforcement to its strength in passing round, by a new channel, through the organs of intelligence and imagination. These trivial instances are only given as examples to show how infinitely varied are the applications which may be made of this principle of appealing to the imagination of children, and what a variety of effects may be produced through its instrumentality by a parent or teacher who once takes pains to make himself possessed of it. But each one must make himself possessed of it by his own practice and experience. No general instruction can do anything more than to offer the suggestion, and to show how a beginning is to be made. Section 21
of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 16. Truth and Falsehood. The duty of telling the truth seems to us, until we have devoted special consideration to the subject, the most simple thing in the world, both to understand and to perform, and when we find young children disregarding it we are surprised and shocked, and often imagine that it indicates something peculiar and abnormal in the moral sense of the offender. A little reflection, however, will show us how very different the state of the case really is. What do we mean by the obligation resting upon us to tell the truth? It is simply, in general terms, that it is our duty to make our statements correspond with the realities which they purport to express. This is no doubt our duty as a general rule, but there are so many exceptions to this rule, and the principles on which the admissibility of the exceptions depend are so complicated and so abstruse, that it is wonderful that children learn to make the necessary distinctions as soon as they do. Natural guidance to the duty of telling the truth. The child, when he first acquires the art of using and understanding language, is filled with wonder and pleasure to find that he can represent external objects that he observes, and also ideas passing through his mind, by means of sounds formed by his organs of speech. Such sounds, he finds, have both these powers, that is, they can represent realities or fancies. Thus, when he utters the sounds, "I see a bird," they may denote either a mere conception in his mind or an outward actuality. How is he possibly to know by any instinct or intuition or moral sense when it is right for him to use them as representations of a mere idea, and when it is wrong for him to use them, unless they correspond with some actual reality? The fact that vivid images or conceptions may be awakened in his mind by the mere hearing of certain sounds made by himself or another is something strange and wonderful to him. And though he comes to his consciousness of this susceptibility by degrees, it is still, while he is acquiring it and extending the scope and range of it, a source of continual pleasure to him. The necessity of any correspondence of these words, and of the images which they excite, with actual realities, is a necessity which arises from the relations of man to man in the social state, and he has no means whatever of knowing anything about it except by instruction. There is not only no ground for expecting that children should perceive any such necessity either by any kind of instinct, or intuition, or embryo moral sense, or by any reasoning process of which his incipient powers are capable, but even if he should by either of these means be inclined to entertain such an idea, his mind would soon be utterly confused in regard to it by what he observes constantly taking place around him in respect to the use of language by others whose conduct, much more than their precepts, he is accustomed to follow as his guide. A very nice distinction. A mother, for example, takes her little son, 4 or 5 years old, into her lap to amuse him with a story. She begins, "When I was a little boy I lived by myself. All the bread and cheese I got I laid upon the shelf," and so on to the end. The mother's object is accomplished, the boy is amused. He is greatly interested and pleased by the wonderful phenomenon taking place within him of curious images awakened in his mind by means of sounds entering his ear. Images of a little boy living alone, of his reaching up to put bread and cheese upon a shelf, and finally of his attempting to wheel a little wife home, the story ending with the breaking and downfall of the wheelbarrow, wife and all. He does not reflect philosophically upon the subject, but the principal element of the pleasure afforded him is the wonderful phenomenon of the formation of such vivid and strange images in his mind by means of the mere sound of his mother's voice. He knows at once, if any half-formed reflections arise in his mind at all, that what his mother has told him is not true, that is, that the words and images which they awaken in his mind had no actual realities corresponding with them. He knows, in the first place, that his mother never was a boy, and does not suppose that she ever lived by herself, and laid up her bread and cheese upon a shelf. The whole story, he understands, if he exercises any thought about it whatever, wheelbarrow catastrophe and all, consists only of words which his mother speaks to him to give him pleasure. By and by his mother gives him a piece of cake, and he goes out into the garden to play. His sister is there and asks him to give her a piece of his cake. He hesitates. He thinks of the request long enough to form a distinct image in his mind of giving her half of it, but finally concludes not to do so, and eats it all himself. When at length he comes in, his mother accidentally asks him some question about the cake, and he says he gave half of it to his sister. His mother seems much pleased. He knew that she would be pleased. He said it, in fact, on purpose to please her. The words represented no actual reality, but only a thought passing through his mind, and he spoke, in a certain sense, for the purpose of giving his mother pleasure. The case corresponds in all these particulars with that of his mother's statement in respect to her being once a little boy and living by herself. Those words were spoken by her to give him pleasure, and he said what he did to give her pleasure. To give her pleasure, the reader will perhaps say, with some surprise, thinking that to assign such a motive as that is not by any means putting a fair and proper construction upon the boy's act. His design was, it will be said, to shield himself from censure, or to procure undeserved praise. And it is no doubt true that on a nice analysis of the motives of the act, such as we in our maturity can easily make, we shall find that design obscurely mingled with them. But the child does not analyze. He cannot. He does not look forward to ultimate ends, or look for the hidden springs that lie concealed among the complicated combinations of impulses which animate him. In the case that we are supposing, all that we can reasonably believe to be present to his mind is a kind of instinctive feeling that for him to say that he ate the cake all himself would bring a frown, or at least a look of pain and distress, to his mother's face, and perhaps words of displeasure for him, while if he says that he gave half to his sister, she will look pleased and happy. This is as far as he sees, and he may be of such an age, and his mental organs may be in so embryonic a condition, that it is as far as he ought to be expected to look, so that, as the case presents itself to his mind in respect to the impulse which at the moment prompts him to act, he said what he did from a desire to give his mother pleasure, and not pain. As to the secret motive which might have been his ultimate end, that lay too deeply concealed for him to be conscious of it, and we ourselves too often act from the influence of hidden impulses of selfishness, the existence of which we are wholly unconscious of, to judge him too harshly for his blindness. At length, by and by, when his sister comes in, and the untruth is discovered, the boy is astonished and bewildered by being called to account in a very solemn manner by his mother, on account of the awful wickedness of having told a lie. How the child sees it. Now I am very ready to admit that notwithstanding the apparent resemblance between these two cases, this resemblance is only apparent and superficial, but the question is whether it is not sufficient to cause such a child to confound them and to be excusable until he has been enlightened by appropriate instruction for not clearly distinguishing the cases where words must be held strictly to conform to actual realities, from those where it is perfectly right and proper that they should only represent images or conceptions of the mind. A father playing with his children says, "Now I am a bear and am going to growl." So he growls. Then he says, "Now I am a dog and am going to bark." He is not a bear and he is not a dog, and the children know it. His words, therefore, even to the apprehension of the children, express an untruth, in the sense that they do not correspond with any actual reality. It is not a wrongful untruth. The children understand perfectly well that in such a case as this, it is not in any sense wrong to say what is not true. But how are they to know what kind of untruths are right, and what kind are wrong, until they are taught what the distinction is and upon what it depends? Unfortunately, many parents confuse the ideas, or rather the moral sense of their children, in a much more vital manner by untruths of a different kind from this. As, for example, when a mother, in the presence of her children, expresses a feeling of vexation and annoyance at seeing a certain visitor coming to make a call, and then when the visitor enters the room receives her with pretended pleasure, and says out of politeness that she is very glad to see her. Sometimes a father will join with his children, when peculiar circumstances seem, as he thinks, to require it, in concealing something from their mother, or deceiving her in regard to it by misrepresentations or positive untruths. Sometimes even the mother will do this in reference to the father. Of course, such management as this must necessarily have the effect of bringing up the children to the idea that deceiving by untruths is a justifiable resort in certain cases, a doctrine which, though entertained by many well-meaning persons, strikes a fatal blow at all confidence in the veracity of men, for whenever we know of any persons that they entertain this idea, it is never afterwards safe to trust in what they say, since we never can know that the case in hand is not, for some reason unknown to us, one of those which justify a resort to falsehood. But to return to the case of the children that are under the training of parents who will not themselves, under any circumstances, falsify their word. That is, will never utter words that do not represent actual reality in any of the wrongful ways. Such children cannot be expected to know of themselves, or to learn without instruction, what the wrongful ways are, and they never do learn until they have made many failures. Many, it is true, learn when they are very young. Many evince a remarkable tenderness of conscience in respect to this, as well as to all their other duties, so fast as they are taught them. And some become so faithful and scrupulous in respect to truth at so early an age that their parents quite forget the progressive steps by which they advanced at the beginning. We find many a mother who will say of her boy that he never told an untruth, but we do not find any man who will say of himself that when he was a boy he never told one. Imaginings and rememberings easily mistaken for each other. But besides the complicated character of the general subject, as it presents itself to the minds of children, that is, the intricacy to them of the question when there must be a strict correspondence between the words spoken and an actual reality, and when they may rightly represent mere images or fancies of the mind, there is another great difficulty in their way, one that is very little considered, and often, indeed, not at all understood by parents. And that is, that in the earliest years the distinction between realities and mere fancies of the mind is very indistinctly drawn. Even in our minds the two things are often confounded. We often have to pause and think in order to decide whether a mental perception of which we are conscious is a remembrance of a reality or a revival of some image formed at some previous time, perhaps remote, by a vivid description which we have read or heard, or even by our own fancy. Is that really so, or did I dream it? How often is such a question heard? And persons have been known to certify honestly in courts of justice to facts which they think they personally witnessed, but which were really pictured in their minds in other ways. The picture was so distinct and vivid that they lost, in time, the power of distinguishing it from other and perhaps similar pictures which had been made by their witnessing the corresponding realities. Indeed, instead of being surprised that these different origins of present mental images are sometimes confounded, it is actually wonderful that they can generally be so clearly distinguished. And we cannot explain, even to ourselves, what the difference is by which we do distinguish them. For example, we can call up to our minds the picture of a house burning and a fireman going up by a ladder to rescue some person appearing at the window. Now the image in such a case may have had several different modes of origin. 1. We may have actually witnessed such a scene the evening before. 2. Someone may have given us a vivid description of it. 3. We may have fancied it in writing a tale. And 4. We may have dreamed it. Here are 4 different prototypes of a picture which is now renewed, and there is something in the present copy which enables us, in most cases, to determine at once what the real prototype was. That is, there is something in the picture which now arises in our mind as a renewal or repetition of the picture made the day before, which makes us immediately cognizant of the cause of the original picture, that is, whether it came from a reality that we witnessed, or from a verbal or written description by another person, or whether it was a fanciful creation of our own mind while awake, or a dream. And it is extremely difficult for us to discover precisely what it is in the present mental picture which gives us this information in respect to the origin of its prototype. It is very easy to say, "Oh, we remember," but remember is only a word. We can only mean by it, in such a case as this, that there is some latent difference between the several images made upon our minds today of things seen, heard of, fancied, or dreamed yesterday, by which we distinguish each from all the others. But the most acute metaphysicians, men who are accustomed to the closest scrutiny of the movements and the mode of action of their minds, find it very difficult to discover what this difference is. The result in the case of children. Now, in the case of young children, the faculties of perception and consciousness, and the power of recognizing the distinguishing characteristics of the different perceptions and sensations of their minds, are all immature, and distinctions which even to mature minds are not so clear but that they are often confounded, for them, form a bewildering maze. Their minds are occupied with a mingled and blended though beautiful combination of sensations, conceptions, fancies, and remembrances, which they do not attempt to separate from each other, and their vocal organs are animated by a constant impulse to exercise themselves with any utterances which the incessant and playful gambollings of their faculties frame. In other words, the vital force liberated by the digestion of the food seeks an issue now in this way and now in that, through every variety of mental and bodily action. Of course, to arrange and systematize these actions, to establish the true relations between all these various faculties and powers, and to regulate the obligations and duties by which the exercise of them should be limited and controlled, is a work of time, and is to be effected not by the operation of any instinct or early intuition, but by a course of development, effected mainly by the progress of growth and experience, though it is to be aided and guided by assiduous but gentle training and instruction. If these views are correct, we can safely draw from them the following conclusions. Practical conclusions. 1. We must not expect from children that they will from the beginning understand and feel the obligation to speak the truth, any more than we look for a recognition, on their part, of the various other principles of duty which arise from the relations of man to man in the social state. We do not expect that two babies creeping upon the floor towards the same plaything should each feel instinctively impelled to grant the other the use of it half of the time. Children must be taught to tell the truth, just as they must be taught the principles of justice and equal rights. They generally get taught by experience, that is, by the rough treatment and hard knocks which they bring upon themselves by their violation of these principles. But the faithful parent can aid them in acquiring the necessary knowledge in a far easier and more agreeable manner by appropriate instruction. 2. The mother must not be distressed or too much troubled when she finds that her children, while very young, are prone to fall into deviations from the truth, but only to be made to feel more impressed with the necessity of renewing her own efforts to teach them the duty, and to train them to the performance of it. 3. She must not be too stern or severe in punishing the deviations from truth in very young children, or in expressing the displeasure which they awaken in her mind. It is instruction, not expressions of anger or vindictive punishment, that is required in most cases. Explain to them the evils that would result if we could not believe what people say, and tell them stories of truth-loving children on the one hand, and of false and deceitful children on the other. And above all, notice, with indications of approval and pleasure, when the child speaks the truth under circumstances which might have tempted him to deviate from it. One instance of this kind, in which you show that you observe and are pleased by his truthfulness, will do more to awaken in his heart a genuine love for the truth than 10 reprovals, or even punishments, incurred by the violation of it. And in the same spirit we must make use of the religious considerations which are appropriate to this subject. That is, we must encourage the child with the approval of his Heavenly Father, when he resists the temptation to deviate from the truth, instead of frightening him when he falls by terrible denunciations of the anger of God against liars, denunciations which, however well deserved in the cases to which they are intended to apply, are not designed for children in whose minds the necessary discriminations, as pointed out in this chapter, are yet scarcely formed. Danger of confounding deceitfulness and falsehood. 4. Do not confound the criminality of deceitfulness by acts with falsehood, by words, by telling the child when he resorts to any artifice or deception in order to gain his ends that it is as bad to deceive as to lie. It is not as bad by any means. There is a marked line of distinction to be drawn between falsifying one's word and all other forms of deception, for there is such a sacredness in the spoken word that the violation of it is in general far more reprehensible than the attempt to accomplish the same end by mere action. If a man has lost a leg, it may be perfectly right for him to wear a wooden one which is so perfectly made as to deceive people, and even to wear it, too, with the intent to deceive people, by leading them to suppose that both his legs are genuine, while it would be wrong for him to assert in words that this limb was not an artificial one. It is right to put a chalk egg in a hen's nest to deceive the hen, when, if the hen could understand language, and if we were to suppose hens to have any rights that we are bound to respect, it would be wrong to tell her that it was a real egg. It would be right for a person, when his house was entered by a robber at night, to point an empty gun at the robber to frighten him away by leading him to think that the gun was loaded. But it would be wrong, as I think, though I am aware that many persons would think differently, for him to say in words that the gun was loaded, and that he would fire unless the robber went away. These cases show that there is a great difference between deceiving by false appearances, which is sometimes right, and doing it by false statements, which, as I think, is always wrong. There is a special and inviolable sacredness which every lover of the truth should attach to his spoken word. 5. We must not allow the leniency with which, according to the views here presented, we are to regard the violations of truth by young persons, while their mental faculties and their powers of discrimination are yet imperfectly developed, to lead us to lower the standard of right in their minds, so as to allow them to imbibe the idea that we think that falsehood is after all no great sin, and still less to suppose that we consider it sometimes, in extreme cases, allowable. We may indeed say, the truth is not to be spoken at all times, but to make the aphorism complete we must add that falsehood is to be spoken never. There is no other possible ground for absolute confidence in the word of any man, except the conviction that his principle is that it is never, under any circumstances, or to accomplish any purpose whatever, right for him to falsify it. A different opinion, I am aware, prevails very extensively among mankind, and especially among the continental nations of Europe, where it seems to be very generally believed that in those cases in which falsehood will on the whole be conducive of greater good than the truth it is allowable to employ it. But it is easy to see that so far as we know that those around us hold to this philosophy, all reasonable ground for confidence in their statements is taken away, for we never can know, in respect to any statement which they make, that the case is not one of those in which, for reasons not manifest to us, they think it is expedient, that is, conducive in some way to good, to state what is not true. While therefore we must allow children a reasonable time to bring their minds to a full sense of the obligation of making their words always conform to what is true, instead of shaping them so as best to attain their purposes for the time being, which is the course to which their earliest natural instincts prompt them, and must deal gently and leniently with their incipient failures, we must do all in our power to bring them forward as fast as possible to the adoption of the very highest standard as their rule of duty in this respect, inculcating it upon them by example as well as by precept, that we can not innocently, under any circumstances, to escape any evil or to gain any end, falsify our word. For there is no evil so great and no end to be attained so valuable as to justify the adoption of a principle which destroys all foundation for confidence between man and man. End of Section 21. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 22 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Judgment and Reasoning. It is a very unreasonable thing for parents to expect young children to be reasonable. Being reasonable in one's conduct or wishes implies the taking into account of those bearings and relations of an act which are more remote and less obvious, in contradistinction from being governed exclusively by those which are immediate and near. Now, it is not reasonable to expect children to be influenced by these remote considerations, simply because in them the faculties by which they are brought forward into the mind and invested with the attributes of reality are not yet developed. These faculties are all in a nascent or formative state, and it is as idle to expect them, while thus immature, to fulfill their functions for any practical purpose, as it would be to expect a baby to expend the strength of its little arms in performing any useful labour. Progress of mental development. The mother, sometimes, when she looks upon her infant lying in her arms and observes the intentness with which he seems to gaze upon objects in the room, upon the bright light of the window or of the lamp, or upon the pictures on the wall, wonders what he is thinking of. The truth, probably, is that he is not thinking at all. He is simply seeing. That is to say, the light from external objects is entering his eyes and producing images upon his sensorium, and that is all. He sees only. There might have been a similar image of the light in his mind the day before, but the reproduction of the former image, which constitutes memory, does not probably take place at all in his case, if he is very young, so that there is not present to his mind, in connection with the present image, any reproduction of the former one. Still less does he make any mental comparison between the two. The mother, as she sees the light of today, may remember the one of yesterday and mentally compare the two, may have many thoughts awakened in her mind by the sensation and the recollection, such as, this is from a new kind of oil, and gives a brighter light than the other, that she will use this kind of oil in all her lamps, and will recommend it to her friends, and so on indefinitely. But the child has none of these thoughts, and can have none, for neither have the faculties been developed within him by which they are conceived, nor has he had the experience of the previous sensations to form the materials for framing them. He is conscious of the present sensations, and that is all. As he advances, however, in his experience of sensations, and as his mental powers gradually begin to be unfolded, what may be called thoughts arise, consisting at first probably of recollections of past sensations, entering into his consciousness in connection with the present ones. These combinations, and the mental acts of various kinds which are excited by them, multiply as he advances towards maturity. But the images produced by present realities are infinitely more vivid, and have a very much greater power over him than those which memory brings up from the past, or that his fancy can anticipate in the future. This state of things, though there is of course a gradual advancement in the relative influence of what the mind can conceive, as compared with that which the senses make real, continues substantially the same through all the period of childhood and youth. In other words, the organs of sense, and those of the mental faculties which are directly occupied with the sensations, are the earliest to be developed, as we might naturally suppose would be the case, and by consequence the sensible properties of objects and the direct and immediate effects of any action are those which have a controlling influence over the volitions of the mind during all the earlier periods of its development. The reason, on the other hand, which, as applied to the practical affairs of life, has for its function the bringing in of the more remote bearings and relations of a fact, or the indirect and less obvious results of an action, is very slowly developed. It is precisely on this account that the period of immaturity in the human species is so long protracted in comparison with that of the inferior animals. The lives of these animals are regulated by the cognizance simply of the sensible properties of objects, and by the immediate results of their acts, and they accordingly become mature as soon as their senses and their bodily organs are brought completely into action. But man, who is to be governed by his reason, that is, by much more far-reaching and comprehensive views of what concerns him, requires a much longer period to fit him for independent action, since he must wait for the development of these higher faculties, which are necessary for the attainment of these extended views. And during this period he must depend upon the reason of his parents instead of being governed by his own. Practical effect of these truths. The true course, then, for parents to pursue is not to expect too much from the ability of their children to see what is right and proper for them, but to decide all important questions themselves, using their own experience and their own power of foresight as a guide. They are indeed to cultivate and train the reasoning and reflective powers of their children, but are not to expect them in early life to be sufficiently developed and strengthened to bear any heavy strain, or to justify the placing of any serious reliance upon them. They must, in a word, treat the reason and the judgment of their children as the farmer treats the strength of his colt, which he exercises and to a certain extent employs, but never puts upon it any serious burden. It results from this view of the case that it is not wise for a parent to resort to arguing or reasoning with a child as a substitute for authority, or even as an aid to make up for a deficiency of authority in regard to what it is necessary that the child should do. No doubt it is a good plan sometimes to let the child decide for himself, but when you pretend to allow him to decide, let him do it really. When you go out with him to take a walk, if it is so nearly immaterial which way you go that you are willing that he should determine the question, then lay the case before him, giving him the advantages and disadvantages of the different ways, and let him decide, and then act according to his decision. But if you have determined in your own mind which way to go, simply announce your determination, and if you give reasons at all, do not give them in such a way as to convey the idea to his mind that his obligation to submit is to rest partly on his seeing the force of them. For every parent will find that this principle is a sound one, and one of fundamental importance in the successful management of children. Namely, that it is much easier for a child to do what he does not like to do as an act of simple submission to superior authority, than for him to bring himself to an accordance with the decision by hearing and considering the reasons. In other words, it is much easier for him to obey your decision than to bring himself to the same decision against his own will. In serious cases, no reliance to be placed on the reason of the child. In all those cases, therefore, in which the parent cannot safely allow the children really to decide, such as the question of going to school, going to church, taking medicine, remaining indoors on account of indisposition, or of the weather, making visits, choice of playmates and companions, and a great many others, which it would not be safe actually to allow them to decide, it is true kindness to them to spare their minds the painful perplexity of a conflict. Decide for them. Do not say, "Oh, I would not do this or that," whatever it may be, because, and then go on to assign reasons thought of perhaps at the moment to meet the emergency, and indeed generally false. But, "Yes, I don't wonder that you would like to do it. I should like it if I were you, but it cannot be done." When there is medicine to be taken, do not put the child in misery for half an hour, while you resort to all sorts of arguments and perhaps artifices to bring him to a willingness to take it, but simply present it to him, saying, "It is something very disagreeable, I know, but it must be taken," and if it is refused, allow of no delay, but at once, though without any appearance of displeasure, and in the gentlest manner possible, force it down. Then, after the excitement of the affair has passed away, and you have your little patient in your lap, and he is in good humour, this is all, of course, on the supposition that he is not very sick, say to him, "You would not take your medicine a little while ago, and we had to force it down. I hope it did not hurt you much." The child will probably make some fretful answer. It is not surprising that you did not like to take it. All children, when they are too young to be reasonable, and all animals, such as horses and cows, when they are sick, are very unwilling to take their medicine, and we often have to force it down. You will perhaps refuse to take yours a good many times yet, before you are old enough to see that it is a great deal easier to take it willingly than it is to have it forced down. And then go on and tell him some amusing story of the difficulties some people had in forcing medicine down the throat of a sick horse, who did not know enough to take it like a man. The idea is, for this case is only meant as an illustration of a general principle, that the comfort and enjoyment of children, as well as the easy and successful working of parental government, is greatly promoted by deciding for the children at once and placing their action on the simple ground of obedience to authority in all those cases where the decision cannot really and honestly be left to the children themselves. to listen reluctantly to the persistent arguments of children in favour of their being allowed to do what we are sure that we shall decide in the end that it is not best for them to do, and to meet them with counter-arguments which, if they are not actually false, as they are very apt to be in such a case, are utterly powerless from the incapacity of the children to appreciate them, on account of their being blinded by their wishes, is not to strengthen the reasoning powers, but to confuse and bewilder them, and impede their development. Mode of dealing with the reason of a child. The effect, however, will be excellent of calling into exercise the reason and judgment of the child in cases where the conclusion which he arrives at can be safely allowed to determine his action. You can help him in such cases by giving him any information that he desires, but do not embarrass him and interfere with his exercising his own judgment by obtruding advice. Allow him in this way to lay out his own garden, to plan the course of a walk or a ride, and to decide upon the expenditure of his own pocket money, within certain restrictions in respect to such things as would be dangerous or hurtful to himself, or annoying to others. As he grows older, you can give him the charge of the minor arrangements on a journey, such as taking care of a certain number of the parcels carried in the hand, choosing a seat in the car, selecting and engaging a hand on arriving at the place of destination. Commit such things to his charge only so fast as you can really entrust him with power to act, and then, with slight and not obtrusive supervision on your part, leave the responsibility with him, noticing encouragingly whatever of fidelity and success you observe, and taking little notice, generally in fact none at all, of such errors and failures as result simply from inexperience and immaturity. In a word, make no attempt to seek support from his judgment, or by convincing his reason in important cases, where his feelings or wishes are involved. But in all such cases rest your decisions solely upon your own authority. But then, on the other hand, in unimportant cases, where no serious evil can result whichever of the various possible courses are taken, call his judgment into exercise, and abide by its decisions. Give him the responsibility, if he likes to take it, but with the responsibility give him the power. Substantially the same principles as explained above, in their application to the exercise of the judgment, apply to the cultivation of the reasoning powers, that is to say, in the act of arguing or drawing conclusions from premises. Nothing can be more unprofitable and useless, to say nothing of its irritating and vexatious effect, than maintaining an argument with a child, or with anybody else, in fact, to convince him against his will. Arguing very soon degenerates in such a case into an irritating and utterly useless dispute. The difference of opinion which gives occasion for such discussions arises generally from the fact that the child sees only certain of the more obvious and immediate relations and bearings of the subject in question, which is, in fact, all that can be reasonably expected of him, and forms his opinion from these alone. The parent, on the other hand, takes a wider view, and includes among the premises on which his conclusion is founded considerations which have never been brought to the attention of the child. The proper course, therefore, for him to pursue in order to bring the child's mind into harmony with his own, is not to ridicule the boy's reasoning, or chide him for taking so short-sighted a view of the subject, or to tell him it is very foolish for him to talk as he does, or silence him by a dogmatic decision, delivered in a dictatorial and overbearing manner, all of which is too often found to characterize the discussions between parents and children, but calmly and quietly to present to him the considerations bearing upon the question, which he has not yet seen. To this end, and to bring the mind of the child into that listening and willing state without which all arguments, and even all attempts at instruction, are wasted, we must listen candidly to what he says himself, put the best construction upon it, give it its full force, see it, in a word, as nearly as possible as he sees it, and let him know that we do so. Then he will be much more ready to receive any additional considerations which we may present to his mind, as things that must also be taken into account in forming a final judgment on the question. A boy, for example, who is full of health and increasing vigour, and in whom, of course, those organs on which the consciousness of strength and the impulses of courage depend are in the course of rapid and healthy development, in reading to his mother a story in which a thief that came into a back storeroom of a house in the evening, with a bag, to steal meal, was detected by the owner and frightened away, looks up from his book and says, in a very valiant manner, "If I'd been there and had a gun, I would have shot him on the spot." The rough mode of treatment. Now, if the mother wishes to confuse and bewilder, and to crush down, so to speak, the reasoning faculties of her child, she may say, "Nonsense, George! It is of no use for you to talk big in that way. You would not dare to fire a gun in such a case, still less to shoot a man. The first thing you would do would be to run away and hide. And then, besides, it would be very wicked for you to kill a man in that way. You would be very likely to get yourself hung for murder. Besides, the Bible says that we must not resist evil, so you should not talk so coolly about shooting a man." The poor boy would be overpowered by such a rebuke as this, and perhaps silenced. The incipient and half-formed ideas in his mind, in respect to the right of self-defence, the virtue of courage, the sanctity of life, the nature and the limits of the doctrine of non-resistance, would all be thrown together into a jumble of hopeless confusion in his mind, and the only result would be his muttering to himself, after a moment of bewilderment and vexation, "I would shoot him anyhow." Such treatment would not only fail to convince him that his idea was wrong, but would effectively close his heart against any such conviction. The gentle mode of treatment. But let the mother first see and recognise those bearings and relations of the question which the boy sees, that is, those which are the most direct and immediate, and allow them their full force, and she establishes a sympathy between his mind and hers, and prepares the way for his being led by her into taking into the account other considerations, which, though of greater importance, are not so obvious, and which it would be wholly unreasonable to expect that the boy would see himself, since they do not come within the range of observation that could be reached spontaneously by the unaided faculties of such a child. Suppose the mother says, in reply to her boy's boastful declaration that he would shoot the robber, "There would be a certain degree of justice in that, no doubt." "Yes," rejoins the boy, "it would be no more than he deserved." "When a man engages in the commission of a crime," adds the mother, "he runs the risk of all the perils that he exposes himself to, from the efforts of people to defend their property, and perhaps their lives, so that perhaps he would have no right to complain if people did shoot at him. Not a bit of right," says the boy. "But then there are some other things to be considered," says the mother, "which, though they do not show that it would be unjust towards him, might make it bad for us to shoot him." "What things?" asks the boy. The mother, having candidly admitted whatever there was of truth in the boy's view of the subject, and thus placed herself, as it were, side by side with him, he is prepared to see and admit what she is going to point out to his observation, not as something directly antagonistic to what he has said, but as something additional, something which is also to be taken into the account. "In the first place," continues the mother, "there would be the body to be disposed of, if you were to shoot him. How should we manage about that?" It would make a great difference in such a case in respect to the danger of putting the boy's mind into a state of antagonism against his mother's presentation of the case, whether she says, "How shall we manage about that?" or "How will you manage about that?" "Oh," replies the boy, "we would send to where he lives, and let his people come and take him away. Or, if he was in a city, we would call in the police." "That would be a good plan," says his mother. "We would call in the police, if there were any police at hand, but then there would be the blood all over the carpet and the floor." "There wouldn't be any carpet on the floor in a storeroom," says the boy. "True," replies the mother, "you are right there, so that there would not be after all any great trouble about the blood, but the man might not be killed outright, and it might be some time before the policeman would come, and we should see him all that time writhing and struggling in dreadful convulsions, which would fix horrid impressions upon our minds that would haunt us for a long time afterwards." The mother could then go on to explain that if the man had a wife and children, any one who had killed the husband and father would pity them as long as he lived, and could never see them or hear them spoken of without feeling pain, and even some degree of self-reproach, although, so far as the man himself was concerned, it might be that no injustice had been done. After the excitement was over, too, he would begin to make excuses for the man, thinking that perhaps he was poor, and his children were suffering for bread, and it was on their account that he was tempted to steal. And this, though it would not justify, might in some degree palliate the act for which he was slain. Or that he had been badly brought up, having never received any proper instruction, but had been trained and taught from his boyhood to pilfer and steal. These and many analogous considerations might be presented to the child, going to show that whatever the rule of strict justice in respect to the criminal may enjoin, it is not right to take the life of a wrongdoer merely to prevent the commission of a minor offence. The law of the land recognizes this principle, and does not justify the taking of life except in extreme cases, such as those of imminent personal danger. A friendly conversation of this kind, carried on not in a spirit of antagonism to what the boy has said, but in the form of presenting information novel to him in respect to considerations which were to be taken into the account in addition to those which he had himself perceived, will have a great effect, not only in modifying his opinion in this case, but also in impressing him with the general idea that before adopting a decisive opinion on any subject, we must take care to acquaint ourselves not merely with the most direct and obvious relations of it, but must look farther into its bearings and results, so that our conclusions may have a solid foundation by reposing upon as many as possible of the considerations which ought really to affect it. Thus, by avoiding all appearance of antagonism, we secure a ready reception for the truths we offer, and cultivate the reasoning powers at the same time. General principles. The principles, then, which are meant to be illustrated and enforced in this chapter are these. 1. That the mental faculties of children, on which the exercise of judgment and of the power of reasoning depend, are not among those which are the earliest developed, and they do not attain, in the first years of life, to such a degree of strength or maturity as to justify placing any serious reliance upon them for the conduct of life. 2. Parents should accordingly not put them to any serious test, or impose any heavy burden upon them, but should rely solely on their own authority, as the expression of their own judgment, and not upon their ability to convince the judgment of the child in important cases, or in those where its inclinations or its feelings are concerned. 3. But they may greatly promote the healthy development of those faculties on the part of their children by bringing to their view the less obvious bearings and relations of various acts and occurrences on which judgment is to be passed, in cases where their feelings and inclinations are not specially concerned. Doing this, either in the form of explaining their own parental principles of management, or, practically, by entrusting them with responsibility and giving them a degree of actual power commensurate with it, in cases where it is safe to do so. And 4. They may enlarge the range of the children's ideas and accustom them to take wider views of the various subjects which occupy their attention by discussing with them the principles involved in the several cases. But such discussions must be conducted in a calm, gentle, and considerate manner, the parent looking always upon what the child says in the most favourable light, putting the best construction upon it, and admitting its force, and then presenting such additional views as ought also to be taken into account, with moderate earnestness and in an unobtrusive manner, thus taking short and easy steps himself, in order to accommodate his own rate of progress to the still imperfectly developed capabilities of the child. In a word, it is with the unfolding of the mental faculties of the young, as it is with the development of their muscles and the improvement of their bodily powers. And just as the way to teach a child to walk is not to drag him along hurriedly and forcibly by the arm, faster than he can himself form the necessary steps, but to go slowly, accommodating your movements to those which are natural to him, and encouraging him by letting him perceive that his own efforts produce appreciable and useful results, so, in cultivating any of their thinking and reasoning powers, we must not put at the outset too heavy a burden upon them, but must call them gently into action, within the limits prescribed by the degree of maturity to which they have attained, standing a little aside, as it were, in doing so, and encouraging them to do the work themselves, instead of taking it out of their hands and doing it for them. End of section 22. Recording by John Ingram.
Section 23 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Section 23. Wishes and Requests. In respect to the course to be pursued in relation to the requests and wishes of children, the following general rules result from the principles inculcated in the chapter on judgment and reasoning, or at least are in perfect accordance with them, namely, absolute authority in cases of vital importance. 1. In respect to all those questions in the decision of which their permanent and essential welfare are involved, such as those relating to their health, the company they keep, the formation of their characters, the progress of their education, and the like, the parent should establish and maintain in the minds of the children from their earliest years a distinct understanding that the decision of all such questions is reserved for his own or her own exclusive jurisdiction. While on any of the details connected with these questions the feelings and wishes of the child ought to be ascertained, and so far as possible taken into the account, the course to be pursued should not, in general, be discussed with the child, nor should their objections be replied to in any form. The parent should simply take objections as the judge takes the papers in a case which has been tried before him, and reserve his decision. The principles by which the parent is governed in the course which he pursues, and the reasons for them, may be made the subject of very free conversation, and may be fully explained, provided that care is taken that this is never done when any practical question is pending, such as would give the explanations of the parent the aspect of persuasions employed to supply the deficiency of authority too weak to enforce obedience to a command. It is an excellent thing to have children see and appreciate the reasonableness of their parents' commands, provided that this reasonableness is shown to them in such a way that they are not led to imagine that their being able to see it is in any sense a condition precedent of obedience. Great indulgence in cases not of vital importance. 2. The authority of the parent being thus fully established in regard to all those things which, being of paramount importance in respect to the child's present and future welfare, ought to be regulated by the comparative, far-seeing wisdom of the parent, with little regard to the evanescent fancies of the child. It is on every account best, in respect to all other things, to allow to the children the largest possible indulgence. The largest indulgence for them in their occupations, their plays, and even in their caprices and the freaks of their fancy, means freedom of action for their unfolding powers of body and mind. And freedom of action for these powers means the most rapid and healthy development of them. The rule is, in a word, that after all that is essential for their health, the formation of their characters and their progress in study is secured by being brought under the dominion of absolute parental authority, in respect to what remains the children are to be indulged and allowed to have their own way as much as possible. When, in their plays, they come to you for permission to do a particular thing, do not consider whether or not it seems to you that you would like to do it yourself, but only whether there is any real and substantial objection to their doing it. The hearing to come before the decision, not after it. The courts of justice adopt what seems to be a very sensible and a very excellent mode of proceeding, though it is exactly the contrary to the one which many parents pursue, and that is they hear the case first and decide afterwards. A great many parents seem to prefer to decide first and then hear. That is to say, when the children come to them with any request or proposal, they answer at once with a refusal more or less decided, and then allow themselves to be led into a long discussion on the subject. If discussion that may be called which consists chiefly of simple persistence and importunity on one side, and a gradually relaxing resistance on the other, until a reluctant consent is finally obtained. Now, just as it is an excellent way to develop and strengthen the muscles of a child's arms, for his father to hold the two ends of his cane in his hand while the child grasps it by the middle, and then for the two of them to pull against each other about the yard, until finally the child is allowed to get the cane away, so the way to cherish and confirm the habit of teasing in children is to maintain a discussion with them for a time in respect to some request which is at first denied, and then finally, after a protracted and gradually weakening resistance, to allow them to gain the victory and carry their point. On the other hand, an absolute certain way of preventing any such habit from being formed, and of effectually breaking it up when it is formed, is the simple process of hearing first and deciding afterwards. When, therefore, children come with any request, or express any wish, in cases where no serious interests are involved, in deciding upon the answer to be given, the mother should, in general, simply ask herself, not is it wise, will they succeed in it, will they enjoy it, would I like to do it if I were they, but simply is there any harm or danger in it? If not, readily and cordially consent. But do not announce your decision till after you have heard all they have to say, if you intend to hear what they have to say at all. If there are any objections to what the children propose, which affect the question in relation to it as a means of amusement for them, you may state them in a way of information for them after you have given your consent. In that way you present the difficulties as subjects for their consideration, and not as objections on your part to their plan. But however serious the difficulties may be in the way of the children's accomplishing the object which they have in view, they constitute no objection to their making the attempt, provided that their plans involve no serious harm or damage to themselves or to any other person or interest. The wrong way. Two boys, for example, William and James, who have been playing in the yard with their little sister Lucy, come in to their mother with a plan for a fish pond. They wish for permission to dig a hole in a corner of the yard and fill it with water, and then to get some fish out of the brook to put into it. The mother, on hearing the proposal, says at once, without waiting for any explanations, "Oh no, I wouldn't do that. It is a very foolish plan. You will only get yourselves all muddy. Besides, you can't catch any fishes to put into it, and if you do they won't live. And then the grass is so thick that you could not get it up to make your hole." But William says that they can dig the grass up with their little spades. They had tried it and found they could do so. And James says that they have already tried catching the fishes and found that they could do it by means of a long-handled dipper. And Lucy says that they will all be very careful not to get themselves wet and muddy. "But you'll get your feet wet standing on the edge of the brook," says the mother. "You can't help it." "No, mother," replies James. "There is a large flat stone that we can stand upon, and so keep our feet perfectly dry. See?" So saying, he shows his own feet, which are quite dry. Thus the discussion goes on, the objections made being, as usual in such cases, half of them imaginary ones, brought forward only for effect, are one after another disposed of, or at least set aside, until at length the mother, as if beaten off her ground after a consent, gives a reluctant and hesitating consent, and the children go away to commence their work only half pleased and separated in heart and affection, for the time being, from their mother by not finding in her, as they think, any sympathy with them, or disposition to aid them in their pleasures. They have, however, by their mother's management of the case, received an excellent lesson in arguing and teasing. They have found by it, what they have undoubtedly often found on similar occasions before, that their mother's first decision is not always to be taken as a final one, that they have only to persevere in replying to her objections and answering her arguments, and especially in persisting in their importunity, and they will be pretty sure to gain their end at last. This mode of management also has the effect of fixing the position of their mother in their minds as one of antagonism to them in respect to their childish pleasures. The right way. If in such a case as this the mother wishes to avoid these evils, the way is plain. She must first consider the proposal herself, and come to her own decision in regard to it. Before coming to a decision, she may, if she has leisure and opportunity, make additional inquiries in respect to the details of the plan; or, if she is otherwise occupied, she may consider them for a moment in her own mind. If the objections are decisive, she should not state them at the time, unless she specially wishes them not to have a fair hearing. For when children have a plan in mind which they are eager to carry out, their very eagerness entirely incapacitates them for properly appreciating any objections which may be offered to it. It is on every account better, therefore, as a general rule, not to offer any such objections at the time, but simply to give your decision. On the other hand, if there is no serious evil to be apprehended in allowing children to attempt to carry any particular plan they form into effect, the foolishness of it, in a practical point of view, or even the impossibility of success in accomplishing the object proposed, constitute no valid objection to it; for children amuse themselves as much, and sometimes learn as much, and promote as effectually the development of their powers and faculties, by their failures as by their successes. In the case supposed, then, the mother, in order to manage it right, would first consider for a moment whether there was any decisive objection to the plan. This would depend, perhaps, upon the manner in which the children were dressed at the time, or upon the amount of injury that would be done to the yard; and this question would in its turn depend, in many cases, on the comparative values set by the mother upon the beauty of her yard, and the health, development, and happiness of her children. But supposing that she sees, which she can do in most instances at a glance, that there can no serious harm be done by the experiment, but only that it is a foolish plan so far as the attainment of the object is concerned, and utterly hopeless of success, which, considering that the real end to be attained is the healthy development of the children's powers by the agreeable exercise of them in useless as well as in useful labours, is no objection at all, then she should answer at once, "Yes, you can do that if you like, and perhaps I can help you about planning the work." After saying this, any pointing out of obstacles and difficulties on her part does not present itself to their minds in the light of opposition to their plan, but of aid in helping it forward, and so places her, in their view, on their side, instead of in antagonism to them. "What do you propose to do with the earth that you take out of the hole?" she asks. The children had perhaps not thought of that. "How would it do," continues the mother, "to put it in your wheelbarrow and let it stay there, so that in case your plan should not succeed and men in anything they undertake always consider it wise to take into account the possibility that they may not succeed, you can easily bring it all back and fill up the hole again?" The children think that would be a very good plan. "And how are you going to fill your hole with water when you get it dug out?" asks the mother. They were going to carry the water from the pump in a pail. "And how are you going to prevent spilling the water over upon your trousers and into your shoes while carrying it?" "Oh, we will be very careful," replied William. "How would it do only to fill the pail half full each time?" suggests the mother. "You would have to go more times, it is true, but that would be better than getting splashed with water. The boys think that that would be a very good plan." In this manner the various difficulties to be anticipated may be brought to the notice of the children, while, they and their mother being in harmony and sympathy with each other, and not in opposition, in the consideration of them, she can bring them forward without any difficulty, and make them the means of teaching the children many useful lessons of prudence and precaution. Capriciousness in play. The mother then, after warning the children that they must expect to encounter many unexpected difficulties in their undertaking, and telling them that they must not be too much disappointed if they should find that they could not succeed, dismisses them to their work. They proceed to dig the hole, putting the materials in the wheelbarrow, and then fill up the hole with water brought in half pailfuls at a time from the pump, but are somewhat disappointed to find that the water soaks away pretty rapidly into the ground, and that moreover it is so turbid and the surface is so covered with little leaves, sticks, and dust as to make it appear very doubtful whether they would be able to see the fishes if they were to succeed in catching any to put in. However, they take their long-handled dipper and proceed towards the brook. On the way they stop to gather some flowers that grow near the path that leads through the field, when the idea suddenly enters Lucy's head that it would be better to make a garden than a fish pond. Flowers, as she said, being so much prettier than fishes, so they all go back to their mother and explain the change of their plan. They ask for leave to dig up a place which they had found where the ground was loose and sandy and easy to dig, and to set out flowers in it which they had found in the field already in bloom. "We are going to give up the fish pond," they say in conclusion, "because flowers are so much prettier than fishes." The mother, instead of finding fault with them for being so capricious and changeable in their plans, says, "I think you are right. Fishes look pretty enough when they are swimming in the brook, but flowers are much prettier to transport and take care of. But first go and fill up the hole you made for the pond with the earth that is in the wheelbarrow, and when you have made your garden and moved the flowers into it, I advise you to get the watering pot and give them a good watering." It may be said that children ought to be brought up in habits of steadiness and perseverance in what they undertake, and that this kind of indulgence in their capriciousness would have a very bad tendency in this respect. The answer is that there are times and seasons for all the different kinds of lessons which children have to learn, and that when in their hours of recreation they are amusing themselves in play, lessons in perseverance and system are out of place. The object to be sought for then is the exercise and growth of their bodily organs and members, the development of their fancy and imagination, and their powers of observation of nature. They work of training them to habits of system and of steady perseverance in serious pursuits, which, though it is a work that ought by no means to be neglected, is not the appropriate work of such a time. Summary of results. The general rules for the government of the parent in his treatment of his children's requests and wishes are these: in all matters of essential importance he is to decide himself and simply announce his decision without giving any reasons for the purpose of justifying it or for inducing submission to it; and in all matters not of essential importance he is to allow the children the greatest possible freedom of action. And the rule for children is that they are always to obey the command the first time it is given, without question, and to take the first answer to any request without any objection or demurring whatever. It is very easy to see how smoothly and happily the affairs of domestic government would go on if these rules were established and obeyed. All that is required on the part of parents for their complete establishment is first a clear comprehension of them, and then a calm, quiet, and gentle, but still inflexible firmness in maintaining them. Unfortunately, however, such qualities as these, simple as they seem, are the most rare. If instead of gentle but firm consistency and steadiness of action, ardent, impulsive, and capricious energy and violence were required, it would be comparatively easy to find them. How seldom do we see a mother's management of her children regulated by a calm, quiet, gentle, and considerate decision that thinks before it speaks in all important matters, and when it speaks is firm, and yet which readily and gladly accords to the children every liberty and indulgence which can do themselves or others no harm. And on the other hand, how often do we see foolish laxity and indulgence in yielding to importunity in cases of vital importance, alternating with vexatious thwartings, rebuffs, and refusals in respect to desires and wishes the gratifications of which could do no injury at all. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Luna. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 19. Children's Questions. The disposition to ask questions, which is so universal and so strong a characteristic of childhood, is the open door which presents to the mother the readiest and most easy access possible to the mind and heart of the child. The opportunities and facilities thus afforded to her would be the source of the greatest pleasure to herself and of the greatest benefit to her child, if she understood better how to avail herself of them. I propose in this chapter to give some explanations and general directions for the guidance of mothers, of older brothers and sisters, and of teachers, of all persons, in fact, who may, from time to time, have young children under their care or in their society. I have no doubt that some of my rules will strike parents, at first view, as paradoxical and perhaps almost absurd, but I hope that on more mature reflection they will be found to be reasonable and just. The curiosity of children not a fault. 1. The curiosity of children is not a fault, and therefore we must never censure them for asking questions, or lead them to think that we consider the disposition to do so a fault on their part, but on the other hand this disposition is to be encouraged as much as possible. We must remember that a child, when his powers of observation begin to be developed, find every thing around him full of mystery and wonder. Why some things are hard and some are soft, why some things will roll and some will not, why he is not hurt when he falls on the sofa and he is hurt when he falls on the floor, why a chair will tumble over when he climbs up by the rounds of it, while yet his steps of the stairs remain firm and can be ascended without danger, why one thing is black and another one red and another green, why water will all go away of itself from his hands or his dress, while mud will not, why he can dig in the ground but cannot dig in a floor, all is a mystery, and the little adventurer is in a continual state of curiosity and wonder, not only to learn the meaning of all these things, but also of desire to extend his observations and find out more and more of the astonishing phenomena that are exhibited around him. the good feeling of the mother, or of any intelligent friend who is willing to aid him in his efforts, is, of course, invaluable to him as a means of promoting his advancement in knowledge and of developing his powers. Remember, therefore, that the disposition of a child to ask questions is not a fault, but only an indication of his increasing mental activity, and of his desire to avail himself of the only means within his reach of advancing his knowledge, and of enlarging the scope of his intelligence in respect to the strange and wonderful phenomena constantly observable around him. Sometimes, perhaps, a source of inconvenience. Of course there will be times when it is inconvenient for the parent to attend to the questions of the child, and when he must, consequently, be debarred of the pleasure and privilege of asking them. But even at such times as these, the disposition to ask them must not be attributed to him as a fault. Never tell him that he is a little tease, that you are tired to death of answering his questions, that he is a chatterbox that would weary the patience of Job, or that, if he will sit still for half an hour without speaking a word, you will give him a reward. If you are going to be engaged, and so cannot attend to him, say to him that you wish you could talk with him and answer the questions, but you are going to be busy and cannot do it, and then, after providing him with some other means of occupation, require him to be silent. Though even then you ought to relieve the tedium of silence for him by stopping every 10 or 15 minutes from your reading, or your letter writing, or the planning of your work, or whatever your employment may be, and giving your attention to him for a minute or two, and affording him an opportunity to relieve the pressure on his mind by a little conversation. Answers to be short and simple. 2. Give generally to children's questions the shortest and simplest answers possible. One reason why parents find the questions of children so fatiguing to them is that they attempt too much in their answers. If they would give the right kind of answers, they would find the work of replying very easy, and in most of their avocations it would occasion them very little interruption. These short and simple answers are all that a child requires. A full and detailed explanation of anything they ask about is as tiresome for them to listen as it is for the mother to frame and give, while a short and simple reply which advances them one step in their knowledge of the subject is perfectly easy for the mother to give, and is, at the same time, all that they wish to receive. For example, let us suppose that the father and mother are taking a ride on a summer afternoon after a shower, with little Johnny sitting upon the seat between them in the chaise. The parents are engaged in conversation with each other, we will suppose, and would not like to be interrupted. Johnny presently spies a rainbow on a cloud in the east, and, after uttering an exclamation of delight, asks his mother what made the rainbow. She hears the question, and her mind, glancing for a moment at the difficulty of giving an intelligible explanation of so grand a phenomenon to such a child, experiences an obscure sensation of perplexity and annoyance, but not quite enough to take off her attention from her conversation. So she goes on and takes no notice of Johnny's inquiry. Johnny, accordingly, soon repeats it. "Mother, mother, what makes the rainbow?" At length her attention is forced to the subject, and she either tells Johnny that she can't explain it to him, that he is not old enough to understand it, or perhaps scolds him for interrupting her with so many teasing questions. In another such case, the mother, on hearing the question, pauses long enough to look kindly, and with a smile of encouragement upon her face towards Johnny, and to say simply, "The sun," and then goes on with her conversation. Johnny says, "Oh," in a tone of satisfaction. It is a new and grand idea to him that the sun makes the rainbow, and it is enough to fill his mind with contemplation for several minutes, during which his parents go on without interruption in their talk. Presently Johnny asks again, "Mother, how does the sun make the rainbow?" His mother answers in the same way as before, "By shining on the cloud," and leaving that additional idea for Johnny to reflect upon and receive fully into his mind, turns again to her husband and resumes her conversation with him after a scarcely perceptible interruption. Johnny, after having reflected in silence some minutes, during which he has looked at the sun and at the rainbow, and observed that the cloud on which the arc is formed is exactly opposite to the sun, and fully exposed to his beams, is prepared for another step, and asks, "Mother, how does the sun make a rainbow by shining on the cloud?" His mother replies that it shines on millions of little drops of rain in the cloud, and makes them of all colors like drops of dew on the ground, and all the colors together make the rainbow. Here are images presented to Johnny's mind enough to occupy his thoughts for a considerable interval, when perhaps he will have another question still, to be answered by an equally short and simple reply, though probably by this time his curiosity will have become satisfied in respect to his subject of inquiry, and his attention will have been arrested by some other object. To answer the child's question in this way is so easy, and the pauses which the answers lead to on the part of the questioner are usually so long, that very little serious interruption is occasioned by them to any of the ordinary pursuits in which a mother is engaged, and the little interruption which is caused is greatly overbalanced by the pleasures which the mother will experience in witnessing the gratification and improvement of the child, if she really loves him and is seriously interested in the development of his thinking and reasoning powers. Answers should attempt to communicate but little instruction. 3. The answers which are given to children should not only be short and simple in form, but each one should be studiously designed to communicate as small an amount of information as possible. This may seem, at first view, a strange idea, but the import of it simply is that in giving the child his intellectual nourishment, you must act as you do in respect to his bodily food, that is, divide what he is to receive into small portions, and administer a little at a time. If you give him too much at once in either case, you are in danger of choking him. For example, Johnny asks some morning in the early winter, when the first snow is falling, and he has been watching it for some time from the window in wonder and delight, "Mother, what makes it snow?" Now, if the mother imagines that she must give anything like a full answer to the question, her attention must be distracted from her work to enable her to frame it, and if she does not give up the attempt altogether, and rebuke the boy for teasing her with "so many silly questions," she perhaps suspends her work, and, after a moment's perplexing thought, she says the vapor of the water from the rivers and sea and damp ground rises into the air, and there at last congeals into flakes of snow, and these fall through the air to the ground. The little boy listens and attempts to understand the explanation, but he is bewildered and lost in the endeavor to take in at once this extended and complicated process, one which is, moreover, not only extended and complicated, but which is composed of elements all of which are entirely new to him. If the mother, however, should act on the principle of communicating as small a portion of the information required as it is possible to give in one answer, Johnny's inquiry would lead, probably, to a conversation somewhat like the following, the answers on the part of the mother being so short and simple as to require no perceptible thought on her part, and so occasioning no serious interruption to her work, unless it should be something requiring special attention. "Mother," asked Johnny, "what makes it snow?" "It is the snowflakes coming down out of the sky," says his mother. "Watch them." "Oh!" says Johnny, uttering the child's little exclamation of satisfaction. He looks at the flakes as they fall, catching one after one with his eyes, and following it in its meandering descent. He will perhaps occupy himself several minutes, in silence and profound attention, in bringing fully to his mind the idea that a snow storm consists of a mass of descending flakes of snow falling through the air. To us who are familiar with this fact, it seems nothing to observe this, but to him the analyzing of the phenomenon, which before he had looked upon as one grand spectacle filling the whole sky, and only making an impression on his mind by its general effect, and resolving it into its elemental parts of individual flakes fluttering down through the air, is a great step. It is a step which exercises his nascent powers of observation and reflection very deeply, and gives him full occupation for quite a little interval of time. At length, when he has familiarized himself with this idea, he asks again, perhaps, Where do the flakes come from, mother? Out of the sky. Oh, says Johnny again, for the moment entirely satisfied. One might at first think that these words would be almost unmeaning, or at least that they would give the little questioner no real information. But they do give him information that is both important and novel. They advance him one step in his inquiry. Out of the sky means to him from a great height. The words give him to understand that the flakes are not formed where they first come into his view, but that they descend from a higher region. After reflecting on this idea a moment, he asks, we will suppose, "How high is the sky, mother?" Now, perhaps a mother might think that there was no possible answer to be given to such a question as this except that she does not know, inasmuch as few persons have any accurate ideas of the elevation in the atmosphere at which snow clouds actually form. But this accurate information is not what the child requires. If the mother possessed it, it would be useless for her to attempt to communicate it to him. In the sense in which he asks the question, she does understand it, and can give him a perfectly satisfactory answer. "How high is it in the sky, mother, to where the snow comes from?" asks the child. "Oh, very high. Higher than the top of the house," replies the mother. "As high as the top of the chimney?" "Yes, higher than that." "As high as the moon?" "No, not so high as the moon." "How high is it then, mother?" "About as high as birds can fly." "Oh," says Johnny, perfectly satisfied. The answer is somewhat indefinite, it is true, but its indefiniteness is the chief element in the value of it. A definite and precise answer, even if one of that character were ready at hand, would be utterly inappropriate to the occasion. An answer may even be good which gives no information at all. 4. It is not even always necessary that an answer to a child's question should convey any information at all. A little conversation on the subject of the inquiry, giving the child an opportunity to hear and to use language in respect to it, is often all that is required. It must be remembered that the power to express thoughts or to represent external objects by language is a new power to young children, and, like all other new powers, the mere exercise of it gives great pleasure. If a person in full health and vigor were suddenly to inquire the art of flying, he would take great pleasure in moving, by means of his wings, through the air from one high point to another, not because he had any object in visiting those high points, but because it would give him pleasure to find that he could do so, and to exercise his newly acquired power. So with children in their talk. They talk often, perhaps generally, for the sake of the pleasure of talking, not for the sake of what they have to say. So, if you will only talk with them and allow them to talk to you about anything that interests them, they are pleased, whether you communicate to them any new information or not. This single thought, once fully understood by a mother, will save her a great deal of trouble in answering the incessant questions of her children. The only essential thing in many cases is to say something in reply to the question, no matter whether what you say communicates any information or not. If a child asks, for instance, what makes the stars shine so, and his mother answers, "Because they are so bright," he will be very likely to be as well satisfied as if she attempted to give a philosophical explanation of the phenomenon. So, if he asks what makes him see himself in the looking-glass, she may answer, "You see an image of yourself there." They call it an image. Hold up a book and see if you can see an image of that in the glass too. He is pleased and satisfied. Nor are such answers useless, as might at first be supposed. They give the child practice in the use of language, and, if properly managed, they may be made the means of greatly extending his knowledge of language, and by necessary consequence of the ideas and realities which language represents. "Father," says Mary as she is walking with her father in the garden, "what makes some roses white and some red?" "It is very curious, is it not?" says her father. "Yes, father, it is very curious indeed. What makes it so?" "There must be some cause for it," says her father, "and the apples that grow on some trees are sweet, and on others they are sour." "That is curious too." "Yes, very curious indeed," says Mary. "The leaves of trees seem to be always green," continues her father, "though the flowers are of various colors." "Yes, father," says Mary, "except," adds her father, "when they turn yellow and red and brown in the fall of the year." A conversation like this, without attempting anything like an answer to the question with which it commenced, is as satisfactory to the child, and perhaps as useful in developing its powers and increasing its knowledge of language, as any attempt to explain the phenomenon would be; and the knowledge of this will make it easy for the mother to dispose of many a question which might seriously interrupt her if she conceived it necessary either to attempt a satisfactory explanation of the difficulty, or not to answer it at all. Be always ready to say, "I don't know." 5. The mother should be always ready and willing to say, "I don't know," in answer to children's questions. Parents and teachers are very often somewhat averse to this, lest, by often confessing their own ignorance, they should lower themselves in the estimation of their pupils or their children. So they feel bound to give some kind of an explanation to every difficulty, in hopes that it may satisfy the inquirer, though it does not satisfy themselves. But this is a great mistake. The sooner the pupils and children understand that the field of knowledge is utterly boundless, and that it is only a very small portion of it that their superiors in age and attainment have yet explored, the better for all concerned. The kind of superiority, in the estimation of children, which it is chiefly desirable to attain, consists in their always finding that the explanation which we give, whenever we attempt any, is clear, fair, and satisfactory, not in our being always ready to offer an explanation, whether satisfactory or not. Questions on religious subjects. The considerations presented in this chapter relate chiefly to the questions which children ask in respect to what they observe taking place around them in external nature. There is another class of questions and difficulties which they raise, namely, those that relate to religious and moral subjects, and to these I have not intended now to refer. The inquiries which children make on these subjects arise, in a great measure, from the false and puerile conceptions which they are so apt to form in respect to spiritual things, and from which they deduce all sorts of absurdities. The false conceptions in which their difficulties originate are due partly to errors and imperfections in our modes of teaching them on these subjects, and partially to the immaturity of their powers, which incapacitates them from clearly comprehending any elements of thought that lie beyond the direct cognizance of the senses. We shall, however, have occasion to refer to these subjects in another chapter. In respect, however, to all that class of questions which children ask in relation to the visible world around them, the principles here explained may render the mother some aid in her intercourse with the little learners under her charge, if she clearly understands and intelligently applies them; and she will find the practice of holding frequent conversations with them in these ways a source of great pleasure to her, as well as of unspeakable advantage to them. Indeed, the conversation of a kind and intelligent mother is far the most valuable and important means of education for a child during many years of its early life. A boy whose mother is pleased to have him near her, who likes to hear and answer his questions, to watch the gradual development of his thinking and reasoning powers, and to enlarge and extend his knowledge of language, thus necessarily and of course expanding the range and scope of his ideas, will find that though his studies, strictly so called, that is, his learning to read and the committing to memory lessons from books, may be deferred, yet, when he finally commences them, he will go at once to the head of his class at school, through the superior strength and ampler development which his mental powers will have attained. Section 24. Recording by Sandra Luna.
Section 25 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 20. The Use of Money. The money question in the management and training of children has a distinct bearing on the subjects of some of the preceding chapters. It is extremely important, first, in respect to opportunities which are afforded in connection with the use of money for cultivating and developing the qualities of sound judgment and of practical wisdom; and then, in the second place, the true course to be pursued with them in respect to money forms a special point to be considered in its bearing upon the subject of the proper mode of dealing with their wishes and requests. Evil results of a very common method. If a parent wishes to eradicate from the mind of his boy all feelings of delicacy and manly pride, to train him to the habit of obtaining what he wants by importunity or servility, and to prevent his having any means of acquiring any practical knowledge of the right use of money, any principles of economy, or any of that forethought and thrift so essential to sure prosperity in future life, the best way to accomplish these ends would seem to be to have no system in supplying him with money in his boyish days, but to give it to him only when he asks for it, and in quantities determined only by the frequency and importunity of his calls. Of course, under such a system, the boy has no inducement to take care of his money, to form any plans of expenditure, to make any calculations, to practice self-denial to-day for the sake of a greater good to-morrow. The source of supply from which he draws money, fitful and uncertain as it may be in what it yields to him, he considers unlimited, and as the amount which he can draw from it does not depend at all upon his frugality, his foresight, or upon any incipient financial skill that he may exercise, but solely upon his adroitness in coaxing, or his persistence in importunity, it is the group of bad qualities and not the good which such management tends to foster. The effect of such a system is, in other words, not to encourage the development and growth of those qualities on which thrift and forehandedness in the management of his affairs in future life and, in consequence, his success and prosperity depend, but, on the contrary, to cherish the growth of all the mean and ignoble propensities of human nature by accustoming him, so far as relates to this subject, to gain his ends by the arts of a sycophant, or by rude pertinacity. Not that this system always produces these results. It may be, and perhaps generally is, greatly modified by other influences acting upon the mind of the child at the same time, as well as by the natural tendencies of the boy's character, and by the character and general influence upon him of his father and mother in other respects. It cannot be denied, however, that the above is the tendency of a system which makes a boy's income of spending money a matter of mere chance, on which no calculations can be founded, except so far as he can increase it by adroit manoeuvring, or by asking for it directly with more or less of urgency or persistence, as the case may require, that is to say, by precisely those means which are the most ignoble and most generally despised by honorably minded men as means for the attainment of any human end. Now, one of the most important parts of the education of both girls and boys, whether they are to inherit riches, or to enjoy a moderate income from the fruits of their own industry, or to spend their lives in extreme poverty, is to teach them the proper management and use of money. And this may be very effectually done by giving them a fixed and definite income to manage, and then throwing upon them the responsibility of the management of it, with such a degree of guidance, encouragement, and aid as a parent can easily render. Objection to the plan of a regular allowance. There are no parents among those who will be likely to read this book of resources so limited that they will not from time to time allow their children some amount of spending money in a year. All that is necessary, therefore, is to appropriate to them this amount and pay it to them, or credit them with it, in a businesslike and regular manner. It is true that by this system the children will soon begin to regard their monthly or weekly allowance as their due, and the parent will lose the pleasure, if it is any pleasure to him or her, of having the money which they give them regarded in each case as a present and received with a sense of obligation. This is sometimes considered an objection to this plan. "When I furnish my children with money," says the parent, "as a gratification, I wish to have the pleasure of giving it to them, whereas, on this proposed plan of paying it to them regularly at stated intervals, they will come to consider each payment as simply the payment of a debt. I wish them to consider it as a gratuity on my part, so that it may awaken gratitude and renew their love for me." There is some seeming force in this objection, though it is true that the adoption of the plan of a systematic appropriation, as here recommended, does not prevent the making of presents of money, or of anything else, to the children, whenever either parent desires to do so. Still, the plan will not generally be adopted, except by parents in whose minds the laying of permanent foundations for their children's welfare and happiness through life, by training them from their earliest years to habits of forecast and thrift, and the exercise of judgment and skill in the management of money, is entirely paramount to any petty sentimental gratification to themselves while the children are young. Two methods. In case the parent, it may be either the father or the mother, decides to adopt the plan of appropriating systematically and regularly a certain sum to be at the disposal of the child, there are two modes by which the business may be transacted: one by paying over the money itself in the amounts and at the stated periods determined upon, and the other by opening an account with the child, and giving him credit from time to time for the amount due, charging on the other side the amounts which he draws. 1. Paying the money. This is the simplest plan. If it is adopted, the money must be ready and be paid at the appointed time with the utmost exactitude and certainty. Having made the arrangement with the child that he is to have a certain sum, 6 cents, 12 cents, 25 cents, or more, as the case may be, every Saturday night, the mother, if it is the mother who has charge of the execution of the plan, must consider it a sacred debt and must be always ready. She cannot expect that her children will learn regularity, punctuality, and system in the management of their money affairs if she sets them the example of laxity and forgetfulness in fulfilling her engagements, and offering excuses for non-payment when the time comes, instead of having the money ready when it is due. The money, when paid, should not in general be carried by the children about the person, but they should be provided with a purse or other safe receptacle, which, however, should be entirely in their custody, and so exposed to all the accidents to which any carelessness in the custody would expose it. The mother must remember that the very object of the plan is to have the children learn by experience to take care of money themselves, and that she defeats that object by virtually relieving them of this care. It should therefore be paid to them with the greatest punctuality, especially at the first introduction of the system, and with the distinct understanding that the charge and care of keeping it devolves entirely upon them from the time of its passing into their hands. 2. Opening an account. The second plan, and one that will prove much the most satisfactory in its working, though many mothers will shrink from it on the ground that it would make them a great deal of trouble, is to keep an account. For this purpose a small book should be made, with as many leaves as there are children, so that for each account there can be 2 pages. The book should be ruled for accounts, and the name of each child should be entered at the head of the 2 pages appropriated to his account. Then from time to time the amount of his allowance that has fallen due should be entered on the credit side, and any payment made to him on the other. The plan of keeping an account in this way obviates the necessity of paying money at stated times, for the account will show at any time how much is due. There are some advantages in each of these modes. Much depends on the age of the children, and still more upon the facilities which the father or mother have at hand for making entries in writing. To a man of business accustomed to accounts, who could have a book made small enough to go into his wallet, or to a mother who is systematic in her habits, and has in her work table or her secretary facilities for writing at any time, the plan of opening an account will be found much the best. It will afford an opportunity of giving the children a great deal of useful knowledge in respect to account keeping, or rather by habituating them from an early age to the management of their affairs in this systematic manner, will train them from the beginning to habits of system and exactness. A very perceptible effect in this direction will be produced on the minds of children even while they have not yet learned to read, and so cannot understand at all the written record made of their pecuniary transactions. They will at any rate understand that a written record is made, they will take a certain pride and pleasure in it, and impressions will be produced which may have an effect upon their habits of accuracy and system in their pecuniary transactions through all future life. Interest on balances. One great advantage of the plan of having an account over that of paying cash at stated times is that it affords an opportunity for the father or mother to allow interest for any balances left from time to time in their hands, so as to initiate the children into a knowledge of the nature and the advantages of productive investments, and familiarize them with the idea that money reserved has within it a principle of increase. The interest allowed should be altogether greater than the regular rate, so as to make the advantage of it in the case of such small sums appreciable to the children, but not too great. Some judgment and discretion must be exercised on this as on all other points connected with the system. The arrangements for the keeping of an account being made, and the account opened, there is, of course, no necessity, as in the case of payments made simply in cash, that the business should be transacted at stated times. At any time when convenient the entry may be made of the amount which has become due since the time of the last entry. And when from time to time the child wishes for money, the parent will look at his account and see if there is a balance to his credit. If there is, the child will be entitled to receive whatever he desires, up to the amount of the balance. Once in a month, or at any other times when convenient, the account can be settled, and the balance, with the accrued interest, carried to a new account. All this, instead of being a trouble, will only be a source of interest and pleasure to the parent, as well as to the children themselves, and without occupying any sensible portion of time will be the means of gradually communicating a great deal of very useful instruction. Employment of the money. It will have a great effect in training up children in the way in which they should go, in respect to the employment of money, if a rule is made for them that a certain portion, 1/4 or 1/2, for example, of all the money which comes into their possession, both from their regular allowance and from gratuities, is to be laid aside as a permanent investment, and an account at some savings bank be opened, or some other formal mode of placing it be adopted, the bank book or other documentary evidence of the amount so laid up to be deposited among the child's treasures. In respect to the other portion of the money, namely, that which is to be employed by the children themselves as spending money, the disbursement of it should be left entirely at their discretion, subject only to the restriction that they are not to buy anything that will be injurious or dangerous to themselves, or a means of disturbance or annoyance to others. The mother may give them any information or any counsel in regard to the employment of their money, provided she does not do it in the form of expressing any wish on her part in regard to it. For the very object of the whole plan is to bring out into action, and thus to develop and strengthen, the judgment and discretion of the child. And just as children cannot learn to walk by always being carried, so they cannot learn to be good managers without having the responsibility of actual management, on a scale adapted to their years, thrown really upon them. If a boy wishes to buy a bow and arrow, it may in some cases be right not to give him permission to do it on account of the danger accompanying the use of such a plaything. But if he wishes to buy a kite which the mother is satisfied is too large for him to manage, or if she thinks there are so many trees about the house that he cannot prevent its getting entangled in them, she must not object to it on that account. She can explain these dangers to the boy, if he is inclined to listen, but not in a way to show that she herself wishes him not to buy the kite. "Those are the difficulties which you may meet with," she may say, "but you may buy the kite if you think best." Then when he meets with the difficulties, when he finds that he cannot manage the kite, or that he loses it among the trees, she must not triumph over him and say, "I told you how it would be, you would not take my advice, and now you see how it is." On the contrary, she must help him and try to alleviate his disappointment, saying, "Never mind, it is a loss, certainly, but you did what you thought was best at the time, and we all meet with losses sometimes, even when we have done what we thought was best. You will make a great many other mistakes probably, hereafter in spending money, and meet with losses, and this one will give you an opportunity of learning to bear them like a man." The most implicit faith to be kept with children in money transactions. I will not say that a father, if he is a man of business, ought to be as jealous of his credit with his children as he is of his credit at the bank. But I think if he takes a right view of the subject, he will be extremely sensitive in respect to both. If he is a man of high and honorable sentiments, and especially if he looks forward to future years when his children shall have arrived at maturity, or shall be approaching towards it, and sees how important and how delicate the pecuniary relations between himself and them may be at that time, he will feel the importance of beginning by establishing at the very commencement, not only by means of precept, but by example, a habit of precise, systematic, and scrupulous exactitude in the fulfillment of every pecuniary obligation. It is not necessary that he should do anything mean or small in his dealings with them in order to accomplish this end. He may be as liberal and as generous with them in many ways as he pleases, but he must keep his accounts with them correctly. He must always, without any demurring or any excuse, be ready to fulfill his engagements and teach them to fulfill theirs. Possible range of transactions between parents and children. The parent, after having initiated his children into the regular transaction of business by his mode of managing their allowance fund, may very advantageously extend the benefits of the system by engaging with them from time to time in other affairs, to be regulated in a businesslike and systematic manner. For example, if one of his boys has been reserving a portion of his spending money as a watch fund, and has already half enough for the purchase, the father may offer to lend him the balance and take a mortgage of the watch, to stand until the boy shall have taken it up out of future savings, and he can make out a mortgage deed expressing, in a few and simple words, the fact that the watch is pledged to him as security for the sum advanced, and is not to become the absolute property of the boy till the money for which it is pledged is paid. In the course of years a great number of transactions in this way may take place between the father or mother and their boy, each of which will not only be a source of interest and enjoyment to both parties, but will afford the best possible means of imparting not only to the child directly interested in them, but to the other children a practical knowledge of financial transactions, and of forming in them the habit of conducting all their affairs in a systematic and businesslike manner. The number and variety of such transactions in which the modes of doing business among men may be imitated with children, greatly to their enjoyment and interest, is endless. I could cite an instance when what was called a bank was in operation for many years among a certain number of children, with excellent effect. One was appointed president, another cashier, another paying teller. There was a ledger under the charge of the cashier with a list of stockholders, and the number of shares held by each, which was in proportion to the respective ages of the children. The bank building was a little toy secretary, something in the form of a safe, into which there mysteriously appeared, from time to time, small sums of money. The stockholders being as ignorant of the source from which the profits of the bank were derived as most stockholders probably are in the case of larger and more serious institutions, once in 6 months, or at other periods, the money was counted, a dividend was declared, and the stockholders were paid in a regular and business-like manner. The effect of such methods as these is not only to make the years of childhood pass more pleasantly, but also to prepare them to enter, when the time comes, upon the serious business of life, with some considerable portion of that practical wisdom in the management of money, which is often, when it is deferred to a later period, acquired only by bitter experience and through much suffering. Indeed, any parent who appreciates and fully enters into the views presented in this chapter will find, in ordinary cases, that his children make so much progress in business capacity that he can extend the system so as to embrace subjects of real and serious importance before the children arrive at maturity. A boy, for instance, who has been trained in this way will be found competent, by the time that he is 10 or 12 years old, to take the contract for furnishing himself with caps or boots and shoes, and a few years later with all his clothing, at a specified annual sum. The sum fixed upon in the case of caps, for example, should be intermediate between that which the caps of a boy of ordinary heedlessness would cost, and that which would be sufficient with special care, so that both the father and the son could make money, as it were, by the transaction. Of course, to manage such a system successfully, so that it could afterwards be extended to other classes of expenses, requires tact, skill, system, patience, and steadiness on the part of the father or mother who should attempt it. But when the parent possesses these qualities, the time and attention that would be required would be as nothing compared with the trouble, the vexation, the endless dissatisfaction on both sides that attend upon the ordinary methods of supplying children's wants, to say nothing of the incalculable benefit to the boy himself of such a training, as a part of his preparation for future life. Evil results to be feared. Nor is it merely upon the children themselves, and that after they enter upon the responsibilities of active life, that the evils resulting from their having had no practical training in youth in respect to pecuniary responsibilities and obligations, that evil consequences will fall. The great cities are full of wealthy men whose lives are rendered miserable by the recklessness in respect to money which is displayed by their sons and daughters as they advance towards maturity, and by the utter want, on their part, of all sense of delicacy, and of obligation or of responsibility of any kind towards their parents in respect to their pecuniary transactions. Of course this must, in a vast number of cases, be the result when the boy is brought up from infancy with the idea that the only limit to his supply of money is his ingenuity in devising modes of putting a pressure upon his father. 15 or 20 years spent in managing his affairs on this principle must, of course, produce the fruit naturally to be expected from such seed. The great difficulty. It would seem, perhaps, at first view, from what has been said in this chapter, that it would be a very simple and easy thing to train up children thus to correct ideas and habits in respect to the use of money. And it would be so, for the principles involved seem to be very plain and simple, were it not that the qualities which it requires in the parent are just those which are most rare: deliberateness in forming the plan, calmness and quietness in proposing it, inflexible but mild and gentle firmness in carrying it out, perfect honesty in allowing the children to exercise the power and responsibility promised them, and an indulgent spirit in relation to the faults and errors into which they fall in the exercise of it. These and other such qualities are not very easily found. To make an arrangement with a child that he is to receive a certain sum every Saturday, and then after 2 or 3 weeks to forget it, and when the boy comes to call for it, to say petulantly, "Oh, don't come to bother me about that now, I am busy, and besides I have not got the money now." Or when a boy has spent all his allowance on the first 2 or 3 days of the week, and comes to beg importunately for more, to say, "It was very wrong in you to spend all your money at once, and I have a great mind not to give you any more. I will, however, do it just this time, but I shall not again, you may depend." Or to borrow money in some sudden emergency out of the fund which a child has accumulated for a special purpose, and then to forget or neglect to repay it. To manage loosely and capriciously in any such ways as these will be sure to make the attempt a total failure. That is to say, such management will be sure to be a failure in respect to teaching the boy to act on right principles in the management of money, and training him to habits of exactness and faithfulness in the fulfillment of his obligations. But in making him a thoughtless, wasteful, teasing, and selfish boy while he remains a boy, and fixing him, when he comes to manhood, in the class of those who are utterly untrustworthy, faithless in the performance of their promises, and wholly unscrupulous in respect to the means by which they obtain money, it may very probably turn out to be a splendid success. Section 26.
Of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Luna. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young, by Jacob Abbott. Chapter 21. Corporal Punishment. It might, perhaps, be thought that, in a book which professes to show how an efficient government can be established and maintained by gentle measures, the subject of corporal punishment could have no place. It seems important, however, that there should be here introduced a brief though distinct presentation of the light in which, in a philosophical point of view, this instrumentality is to be regarded. The teachings of Scripture. The resort to corporal punishment in the training of children seems to be spoken of in many passages contained in the Scriptures as a fundamental necessity. But there can be no doubt that the word rod, as used in those passages, is used simply as the emblem of parental authority. This is in accordance with the ordinary custom of Hebrew writers in those days, and with the idiom of their language, by which a single visible or tangible object was employed as the representative or expression of a general idea, as, for example, the sword is used as the emblem of magisterial authority, and the sun and the rain, which are spoken of as being sent with their genial and fertilizing power upon the evil and the good, denote not specially and exclusively those agencies, but all the beneficent influences of nature which they are employed to represent. The injunctions, therefore, of Solomon in respect to the use of the rod are undoubtedly to be understood as simply enjoining upon parents the necessity of bringing up their children in complete subjection to their authority. No one can imagine that he could wish the rod to be used when complete subjection to the parental authority could be secured by other gentle means. And how this is to be done, it is the object precisely of this book to show. In this sense, therefore, and it is undoubtedly the true sense, namely, the children must be governed by the authority of the parent, the passages in question express a great and most essential truth. It is sometimes said that children must be governed by reason, and this is true, but it is the reason of their parents and not their own which must hold the control. If children were endowed with the capacity of seeing what is best for them, and with sufficient self-control to pursue what is best against the counter-influences of their animal instincts and propensities, there would be no necessity that the period of subjection to parental authority should be extended over so many years. But so long as their powers are yet too immature to be safely relied upon, they must, of necessity, be subject to the parental will, and the sooner and the more perfectly they are made to understand this, and to yield a willing submission to the necessity, the better it will be, not only for their parents, but also for themselves. The parental authority must, therefore, be established by gentle means if possible, but it must by all means be established and be firmly maintained. If you cannot govern your children without corporal punishment, it is better to resort to it than not to govern him at all. Taking a wide view of the field, I think there may be several cases in which a resort to the infliction of physical pain as the only available means of establishing authority may be the only alternative. There are 3 cases of this kind that are to be specially considered. Possible cases in which it is the only alternative. Savages. 1. In savage or half-civilized life, and even perhaps in so rude a state of society as must have existed in some parts of Judea when the Proverbs of Solomon were written, it is conceivable that many parents, owing to their own ignorance and low animal condition, would have no other means at their command for establishing their authority over their children than scoldings and blows. It must be so among savages, and it is certainly better, if the mother knows no other way of inducing her boy to keep within her sight, that she should whip him when he runs away, than that he should be bitten by serpents or devoured by bears. She must establish her authority in some way, and if this is the best that she is capable of pursuing, she must use it. Teachers whose tasks surpass their skill. 2. A teacher, in entering upon the charge of a large school of boys made unruly by previous mismanagement, may, perhaps, possibly find himself unable to establish submission to his authority without this resource. It is true that if it is so, it is due, in a certain sense, to want of skill on the teacher's part, for there are men and women too who will take any company of boys that you can give them, and, by a certain skill or tact or knowledge of human nature, or other qualities which seem sometimes to other persons almost magical, will have them all completely under subjection in a week, and that without violence, without scolding, almost without even a frown. The time may perhaps come when every teacher, to be considered qualified for his work, must possess this skill. Indeed, the world is evidently making great and rapid progress in this direction. The methods of instruction and the modes by which the teacher gains and holds his influence over his pupils have been wonderfully improved in recent years, so that where there was one teacher 50 years ago who was really beloved by his pupils, we have 50 now. In Dr. Johnson's time, which was about 150 years ago, it would seem that there was no other mode but that of violent coercion recognized as worthy to be relied upon in imparting instruction, for he said that he knew of no way by which Latin could be taught to boys in his day but by having it flogged into them. From such a state of things to that which prevails at the present day, there has been an astonishing change. And now, whether a teacher is able to manage an average school of boys without physical force is simply a question of tact, knowledge of the right principles, and skill in applying them on his part. It is perhaps yet too soon to expect that all teachers can possess, or can acquire, these qualifications to such a degree as to make it safe to forbid the infliction of bodily pain in any case, but the time for it is rapidly approaching, and in some parts of the country it has, perhaps, already arrived. Until that time comes, every teacher who finds himself under the necessity of beating a boy's body in order to attain certain moral or intellectual ends, ought to understand that the reason is the incompleteness of his understanding and skill in dealing directly with his mind, though for this incompleteness he may not himself be personally at all to blame. Children spoiled by neglect and mismanagement. 3. I am even willing to admit that one or more boys in a family may reach such a condition of rudeness and insubordination, in consequence of neglect or mismanagement on the part of their parents in their early years, and the present clumsiness and incapacity of the father in dealing with the susceptibilities and impulses of the human soul, that the question will lie between keeping them within some kind of subordination by bodily punishment, or not controlling them at all. If a father has been so engrossed in his business that he has neglected his children, has never established any common bond of sympathy between himself and them, has taken no interest in their enjoyments, nor brought them by moral means to an habitual subjection to his will, and if their mother is a weak, irresolute woman, occupying herself with the pursuits and pleasures of fashionable society, and leaving her children to the management of servants, the children will, of course, in general, grow up exacting, turbulent, and ungovernable; and when, with advancing maturity, their increasing strength and vigor makes this turbulence and disorder intolerable in the house, and there is, as of course there usually will be in such a case, no proper knowledge and skill in the management of the young on the part of either parent to remedy the evil by gentle measures, the only alternative in many cases may be either resort to violent punishment, or the sending away of the unmanageable subjects to school. The latter part of the alternative is the best, and fortunately it is the one generally adopted. But where it cannot be adopted, it is certainly better that the boys should be governed by the rod than to grow up under no government at all. Gentle measures effectual where rightfully and faithfully employed. However it may be with respect to the exceptional cases above enumerated, and perhaps some others, there can, I think, be no doubt that parents who should train their children from the beginning on the principles explained in this volume, and upon other analogous to them, would never, in any case, have to strike a blow. They would accomplish to the end enjoined by the precepts of Solomon, namely, the complete subjection of their children to their authority, by improved methods, not known in his day, or, at least, not so fully developed that they could then be relied upon. They, who imagine that parents are bound to use the rod as the instrumentality, because the Scriptures speak of the rod as the means of establishing parental authority best known in those days, instead of employing the more effective methods which the progress of improvement has developed and made available to the present day, ought, in order to be consistent, to insist on the retention of the harp in religious worship, because David enjoins it upon believers to praise the Lord with harp, to sing unto him with psaltery, and an instrument of 10 strings. The truth is that what we are to look at in such injunctions is the end that is to be attained, which is, in this last case, the impressive and reverential exaltation of Almighty God in our minds by the acts of public worship; and if, with the improvements in the musical instrument which have been made in modern times, we can do this more satisfactorily by employing in the place of a psaltery or a harp of 10 strings an organ of 10 or 100 stops, we are bound to make the substitution. In a word, we must look at the end and not at the means, remembering that in question of Scripture interpretation the letter killeth, the spirit maketh alive. Protracted contest with obstinacy. It seems to me, though I am aware that many excellent persons think differently, that it is never wise for the parent to allow himself to be drawn into a contest with a child in attempting to compel him to do something that, from ill temper or obstinacy, he refuses to do. If the attempt is successful, and the child yields under a moderate severity of coercion, it is all very well. But there is something mysterious and unaccountable in the strength of the obstinacy sometimes manifested in such cases, and the degree of endurance which it will often inspire, even in children of the most tender age. We observe the same inexplicable fixedness sometimes in the lower animals, in the horse, for example, which is the more unaccountable from the fact that we cannot suppose in this case that peculiar combination of intelligence and ill temper which we generally consider the sustaining power of the protracted obstinacy on the part of the child. The degree of persistence which is manifested by children in contests of this kind is sometimes wonderful, and cannot easily be explained by any of the ordinary theories in respect to the influence of motives on the human mind. A state of cerebral excitement and exaltation is not unfrequently produced, which seems akin to insanity, and instances have been known in which a child has suffered itself to be beaten to death rather than yield obedience to a very simple command. And in vast numbers of instances the parent, after protracted contests, gives up in despair, and is compelled to invent some plausible pretext for bringing it to an end. Indeed, when we reflect upon the subject, we see what a difficult task we undertake in such contests, it being nothing less than that of forcing the formation of a volition in a human mind. We can easily control the bodily movements and actions of another person by means of an external coercion that we can apply, and we have various indirect means of inducing volitions. But in these contests we seem to come up squarely to the work of attempting, by outward force, to compel the forming of a volition in the mind, and it is not surprising that this should, at least sometimes, prove a very difficult undertaking. No necessity for these contests. There seems to be no necessity that a parent or teacher should ever become involved in struggles of this kind in maintaining his authority. The way to avoid them, as it seems to me, is, when a child refuses out of obstinacy to do what is required of him, to impose the proper punishment or penalty for the refusal, and let that close the transaction. Do not attempt to enforce this compliance by continuing the punishment until he yields. A child, for example, going out to play, wishes for his blue cap. His mother chooses that she shall wear his gray one. She hangs the blue cap up in its place, and gives him the gray one. He declares that he will not wear it, and throws it down upon the floor. The temptation now is for the mother, indignant, to punish him, and then to order him to take up the cap which he had thrown down, and to feel that it is her duty, in case he refuses, to persist in the punishment until she conquers his will, and compels him to take it up and put it upon his head. But, instead of this, a safer and better course, it seems to me, is to avoid a contest altogether by considering the offence complete, and the transaction on his part finished by the single act of rebellion against her authority. She may take the cap up from the floor herself and put it in its place, and then simply consider what punishment is proper for the wrong already done. Perhaps she forbids the boy to go out at all. Perhaps she reserves the punishment and sends him to bed an hour earlier that night. The age of the boy, or some other circumstances connected with the case, may be such as to demand a severer treatment still. At any rate, she limits the transaction to the single act of disobedience and rebellion already committed, without giving an opportunity for a rebellion of it by renewing the command, and inflicts for it the proper punishment, and that is the end of the affair. And so a boy, in reciting a lesson, will not repeat certain words after his mother. She enters into no controversy with him, but shuts the book and puts it away. He, knowing his mother's usual mode of management in such cases, and being sure that some penalty, privation, or punishment will sooner or later follow, relents, and tells his mother that he will say the words if she will try him again. "No, my son," she should reply, "the opportunity is past. You should have done your duty at the right time. You have disobeyed me, and I must take time to consider what to do." If, at the proper time in such a case, when all excitement of the affair is over, a penalty or punishment apportioned to the fault, or some other appropriate measure in relation to it, are certain to come, and if this method is always pursued in a calm and quiet manner, but with inflexible firmness in act, the spirit of rebellion will be much more effectually subdued than by any protracted struggles at the time, though ending in victory however complete. But all this is a digression, though it seemed proper to allude to the subject of these contests here, since it is on these occasions, perhaps, that parents are most frequently led, or, as they think, irresistibly impelled, to the infliction of bodily punishments as the last resort, when they would, in general, be strongly inclined to avoid them. The infliction of pain sometimes the speediest remedy. There are, moreover, some cases, perhaps, in the ordinary exigencies of domestic life, as the world goes, when some personal infliction is the shortest way of disposing of a case of discipline, and may appear, for the time being, to be the most effectual. A slap is very quickly given, and a mother may often think that she has no time for a more gentle mode of managing the case, even though she may admit that if she had the time at her command the gentle mode would be the best. And it is, indeed, doubtless true that the principles of management advocated in this work are such as require the parents should devote some time and attention, and, still more essentially, some heart to the work. And they who do not consider the welfare and happiness of their children in future life, and their own happiness in connection with them as they advance towards their declining years, as of sufficient importance to call for the bestowment of this time and attention, will doubtless often resort to more summary methods in their discipline than those here recommended. The sting that it leaves behind. Indeed, the great objection, after all, to the occasional resort to the infliction of bodily pain in extreme cases is, as it seems to me, the sting which it leaves behind, not that which it leaves in the heart of the child who may suffer it, for that soon passes away, but in the heart of the parent who inflicts it. The one is, or may be, very evanescent, the other may be very long remain, and what is worse, the anguish of it may be revived and made very poignant in future years. This consideration makes it specially imperative on every parent never, for any cause, to inflict punishment by violence when himself under the influence of any irritation or anger awakened by the offense. For though the anger which the fault of the child naturally awakens in you carries you through the act of punishing well enough, it soon afterward passes away, while the memory of it remains, and in after years, like in any other sin, it may come back to exact a painful retribution, when the little loved one, who now puts you out of patience with her heedlessness, her inconsiderateness, and perhaps by worse faults and failings, all, however, faults which may be very possibly, in part or in whole, the result of the immature and undeveloped condition of her mental or bodily powers, falls sick and dies, and you follow her as she is borne away, and with a bursting heart see her laid in her little grave, it will be a great comfort to you then to reflect that you did all in your power, by means of the gentle measurements at your command, to train her to truth and duty, that you never lost patience with her, and that she never felt from your hand anything but gentle assistance or a loving caress. And your boy, now so ardent and impulsive, and often perhaps noisy, troublesome, and rude, from the exuberant action of his growing powers, when these powers shall have received their full development, and he has passed from your control to his place in the world as a man, and he comes back from time to time to the maternal home in grateful remembrance of his obligations to his mother, bringing with him tokens of his affection and love, you will think with pain of the occasions when you subjected him to the torture of the rod under the impulse of irritation or anger, or to accomplish the ends of discipline which might have been attained the other ways. Time, as you then look back over the long interval of years which have elapsed, will greatly soften the recollections of the fault, but it will greatly aggravate that of the pain which was made the retribution of it. You will say to yourself, it is true, I did it for the best. If I had not done it, my son would perhaps not be what he is. He, if he remembers the transaction, will doubtless say so too, but there will be none the less for both a certain sting in the recollection, and you will wish that the same end could have been accomplished by gentler means. The substance of it is that children must, at all events, be governed. The proper authority over them must be maintained. But it is a great deal better to secure this end by gentle measures, if the parent have or can acquire the skill to employ them. Section 27. Recording by Sandra Luna.
Section 27 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Gratitude in Children. Mothers are often pained at what seems to them the ingratitude of their children. They long above all things for their love. They do everything in their power, I mean of course that some mothers do, to win it. They make every sacrifice, and give every possible evidence of affection. But they seem to fail entirely of bringing out any of those evidences of gratitude and affection, in return which, if they could only witness them, would fill their hearts with gladness and joy. But the only feeling which their children manifest towards them seems to be a selfish one. They come to them when in trouble, they even fly to them eagerly when in danger, and they consider their parents the chief resource for procuring nearly all their means of gratification. But they think little, as it often seems, of the mother's comfort and enjoyment in return, and seldom or never do anything voluntarily to give her pleasure. It would be a great exaggeration to say that this is always the feeling of the mother in respect to her children. I only mean that this is sometimes, and I might probably say very often, the case. Two forms of love. Now there are two distinct forms which the feeling of love may assume in the mature mind, both of which are gratifying to the object of it, though they are very different, and indeed in some sense exactly the opposite of each other. There is the receiving and the bestowing love. It is true that the two forms are often conjoined, or rather they often exist in intimate combination with each other, but in their nature they are essentially distinct. A young lady, for example, may feel a strong attachment for the gentleman to whom she is engaged, or a wife for her husband, in the sense of liking to receive kindness and attention from him more than from any other man. She may be specially pleased when he invites her to ride with him, or makes her presents, or shows in any way that he thinks of her and seeks her happiness, more so than she would be to receive the same attentions from any other person. This is love. It may be very genuine love, but it is love in the form of taking special pleasure in the kindness and favor bestowed by the object of it. Yet it is none the less true, as most persons have had occasion to learn from their own experience, that this kind of love may be very strong without being accompanied by any corresponding desire on the part of the person manifesting it to make sacrifices of her own ease and comfort in order to give happiness to the object of her love in return. In the same manner, a gentleman may feel a strong sentiment of love for a lady, which shall take the form of enjoying her society, of being happy when he is near her, and greatly pleased at her making sacrifices for his sake, or manifesting in any way a strong attachment for him. There may be also united with this the other form of love, namely, that which would lead him to deny himself and make sacrifices for her. But the two, though they may often, perhaps generally, exist together, are in their nature so essentially different that they may be entirely separated, and we may have one in its full strength while there is very little of the other. You may love a person in the sense of taking greater pleasure in receiving attentions and favors from him than from all the world beside, while yet you seldom think of making efforts to promote his comfort and happiness in any thing in which you are not yourself personally concerned. On the other hand, you may love him with the kind of affection which renders it the greatest pleasure of your life to make sacrifices and endure self-denial to promote his welfare in any way. In some cases these two forms are in fact entirely separated, and one or the other can exist entirely distinct from the other, as in the case of the kind feelings of a good man towards the poor and miserable. It is quite possible to feel a very strong interest in such objects, and to be willing to put ourselves to considerable inconvenience to make them comfortable and happy, and to take great pleasure in learning that our efforts have been effectual, without feeling any love for them at all in the other form, that is, any desire to have them with us, to receive attentions and kindness from them, and to enjoy their society. On the other hand, in the love of a young child for his mother the case is reversed. The love of the child consists chiefly in liking to be with his mother, in going to her rather than to any one else for relief from pain or for comfort in sorrow, and is accompanied with very few and very faint desires to make efforts, or to submit to privations, or to make sacrifices for the promotion of her good. Order of their development. Now the qualities and characteristics of the soul on which the capacity for these two forms of love depend seem to be very different, and they advance in development and come to maturity at different periods of life, so that the mother, in feeling dejected and sad because she cannot awaken in the mind of her child the gratitude and the consideration for her comfort and happiness which she desires, is simply looking for a certain kind of fruit at the wrong time. You have one of the forms of love for you on the part of the child now while he is young. In due time, when he arrives at maturity, if you will wait patiently, you will assuredly have the other. Now he runs to you in every emergency. He asks you for everything that he wants. He can find comfort nowhere else but in your arms, when he is in distress or in suffering from pain, disappointment, or sorrow. But he will not make any effort to be still when you are sick, or to avoid interrupting you when you are busy, and insists, perhaps, on your carrying him when he is tired, without seeming to think or care whether you may not be tired too. But in due time all this will be changed. 20 years hence he will conceal all his troubles from you, instead of coming with them to you for comfort. He will be off in the world engaged in his pursuits, no longer bound closely to your side. But he will think all the time of your comfort and happiness. He will bring you presents, and pay you innumerable attentions to cheer your heart in your declining years. He will not run to you when he has hurt himself, but if anything happens to you, he will leave everything to hasten to your relief, and bring with him all the comforts and means of enjoyment for you that his resources can command. The time will thus come when you will have his love to your heart's content, in the second form. You must be satisfied, while he is so young, with the first form of it, which is all that his powers and faculties in their present stage are capable of developing. The truth of the case seems to be that the faculties of the human mind, or I should perhaps rather say, the susceptibilities of the soul, like the instincts of animals, are developed in the order in which they are required for the good of the subject of them. Indeed, it is very interesting and curious to observe how striking the analogy in the order of development, in respect to the nature of the bond of attachment which binds the offspring to the parent, runs through all those ranks of the animal creation in which the young for a time depend upon the mother for food or for protection. The chickens in any moment of alarm run to the hen, and the lamb, the calf, and the colt to their respective mothers, but none of them would feel the least inclination to come to the rescue of the parent if the parent was in danger. With the mother herself it is exactly the reverse. Her heart, if we can speak of the seat of the maternal affections of such creatures as a heart, is filled with desires to bestow good upon her offspring, without a desire or even a thought of receiving any good from them in return. There is this difference, however, between the race of man and those of the inferior animals, namely, that in his case the instinct, or at least a natural desire which is in some respects analogous to an instinct, prompting him to repay to his parents the benefits which he received from them in youth, comes in due time, while in that of the lower animals it seems never to come at all. The little birds, after opening their mouths so wide every time the mother comes to the nest during all the weeks while their wings are growing, fly away when they are grown, without the least care or concern for the anxiety and distress of the mother occasioned by their imprudent flights, and once away and free, never come back, so far as we know, to make any return to their mother for watching over them, sheltering them with her body, and working so indefatigably to provide them with food during the helpless period of their infancy, and still less to seek and protect and feed her in her old age. But the boy, reckless as he sometimes seems in his boyhood, insensible apparently to his obligations to his mother, and little mindful of her wishes or of her feelings, his affection for her showing itself mainly in his readiness to go to her with all his wants and in all his troubles and sorrows, will begin, when he has arrived at maturity and no longer needs her aid, to remember with gratitude the past aid that she has rendered him. The current of affection in his heart will turn and flow the other way. Instead of wishing to receive, he will now only wish to give. If she is in want, he will do all he can to supply her. If she is in sorrow, he will be happy if he can do anything to comfort her. He will send her memorials of his gratitude, an object of comfort and embellishment for her home, and will watch with solicitude and sincere affection over her declining years. And all this change, if not the result of a new instinct which reaches its development only when the period of maturity arrives, is the unfolding of a sentiment of the heart belonging essentially to the nature of the subject of it as man. It is true that this capacity may, under certain circumstances, be very feebly developed. In some cases, indeed, it would seem that it was scarcely developed at all. But there is a provision for it in the nature of man, while there is no provision for it at all in the sentient principles of the lower animals. Advancing the development of the sentiment of gratitude. Now, although parents must not be impatient at the slow appearance of this feeling in their children, and must not be troubled in its not appearing before its time, they can do much by proper efforts to cultivate its growth, and give it an earlier and a more powerful influence over them than it would otherwise manifest. The mode of doing this is the same as in all other cases of the cultivation of moral sentiments in children, and that is by the influence over them of sympathy with those they love. Just as the way to cultivate in the minds of children a feeling of pity for those who are in distress is not to preach it as a duty, but to make them love you, and then show such pity yourself, and the way to make them angry and revengeful in character, if we can conceive of your being actuated by so unnatural a desire, would be often to express violent resentment yourself, with scowling looks and fierce denunciations against those who have offended you. So, to awaken them to sentiments of gratitude for the favors they receive, you must gently lead them to sympathize with you in the gratitude which you feel for the favors that you receive. When a child shows some special unwillingness to comply with her mother's desires, her mother may address to her a kind but direct and plain expostulation on the obligations of children to their parents, and the duty incumbent on them of being grateful for their kindness, and to be willing to do what they can in return. Such an address would probably do no good at all. The child would receive it simply as a scolding, no matter how mildly and gently the reproof might be expressed, and would shut her heart against it. It is something which she must stand still and endure, and that is all. But let the mother say the same things precisely when the child has shown a willingness to make some little sacrifice to aid or to gratify her mother, so that the sentiment expressed may enter her mind in the form of approval and not of condemnation, and the effect will be very different. The sentiments will, at any rate, now not be rejected from the mind, but the way will be open for them to enter, and the conversation will have a good effect, so far as didactic teaching can have effect in such a case. But now to bring in the element of sympathy as a means of reaching and influencing the mind of the child. The mother, we will suppose, standing at the door some morning before breakfast in spring, with her little daughter, 7 or 8 years old, by her side, hears a bird singing on a tree near by. She points to the tree, and says in a half whisper, "Hark!" When the sound ceases, she looks to the child with an expression of pleasure upon her countenance, and says, "Suppose we give that bird some crumbs because he has been singing us such a pretty song." "Well," says the child. "Would you?" asks the mother. "Yes, mother, I should like to give him some very much. Do you suppose he sang the song for us?" "I don't know that he did," replies the mother. "We don't know exactly what the birds mean by all their singing. They take some pleasure in seeing us, I think, or else they would not come so much around our house. And I don't know but that this bird's song may come from some kind of joy or gladness he felt in seeing us come to the door. At any rate, it will be a pleasure to us to give him some crumbs to pay him for his song. The child will think so too, and will run off joyfully to bring a piece of bread to form crumbs to be scattered upon the path. And the whole transaction will have the effect of awakening and cherishing the sentiment of gratitude in her heart. The effect will not be great, it is true, but it will be of the right kind. It will be a drop of water upon the unfolding cotyledons of a seed just peeping up out of the ground, which will percolate below after you have gone away, and give the little roots a new impulse of growth. For when you have left the child seated upon the doorstep, occupied in throwing out the crumbs to the bird, her heart will be occupied with thoughts you have put into it, and the sentiment of gratitude for kindness received will commence its course of development, if it had not commenced it before. The case of older children. Of course, the employment of such an occasion as this of the singing of a little bird, and such a conversation in respect to it for cultivating the sentiment of gratitude in the heart, is adapted only to the case of quite a young child. For older children, while the principle is the same, the circumstances and the manner of treating the case must be adapted to a maturer age. Robert, for example, 12 years of age, had been sick, and during his convalescence his sister Mary, 2 years older than himself, had been very assiduous in her attendance upon him. She had waited upon him at his meals, and brought him books and playthings from time to time to amuse him. After he had fully recovered his health, he was sitting in the garden, one sunny morning in the spring, with his mother, and she said, "How kind Mary was to you while you were sick." "Yes," said Robert, "she was very kind indeed." "If you would like to do something for her in return," continued his mother, "I'll tell you what would be a good plan." Robert, who perhaps without this conversation would not have thought particularly of making any return, said he should like to do something for her very much. "Then," said his mother, "you might make her a garden. I can mark off a place for a bed for her large enough to hold a number of kinds of flowers, and then you can dig it up, and rake it over, and lay it off into little beds, and sow the seeds. I'll buy the seeds for you. I should like to do something towards making the garden for her, for she helped me a great deal, as well as you, in the care she took of you." "Well," said Robert, "I'll do it." "You are well and strong now, so you can do it pretty easily," added the mother. "But still, unless you would like to do it yourself for her sake, I can get the man to do it. But if you would like to do it yourself, I think it would please her very much as an expression of your gratitude and love for her." "Yes," said Robert, "I should a great deal rather do it myself, and I will begin this very day." And yet, if his mother had not made the suggestion, he would probably not have thought of making any such return, or even any return at all, for his sister's devoted kindness to him when he was sick. In other words, the sentiment of gratitude was in his heart, or rather, the capacity for it was there, but it needed a little fostering care to bring it out into action. And the thing to be observed is, that by this fostering care it was not only brought out at the time, but, by being thus brought out and drawn into action, it was strengthened and made to grow, so as to be ready to come out itself without being called on the next occasion. It was like a little plant just coming out of the ground under influences not altogether favorable. It needs a little help and encouragement, and the aid that is given by a few drops of water at the right time will bring it forward and help it to attain soon such a degree of strength and vigor as will make it independent of all external aid. But there must be consideration, tact, a proper regard to circumstances, and above all, there must be no secret and selfish ends concealed, on the part of the mother in such cases. You may deluge and destroy your little plant by throwing on the water roughly or rudely, or in the case of a boy upon whose mind you seem to be endeavoring to produce some moral result, you may really have in view some object of your own, your interest in the moral result being only a pretense. For instance, Egbert, under circumstances similar to those recited above, in respect to the sickness of the boy and the kind attentions of his sister, came to his mother one afternoon for permission to go a-fishing with some other boys who had called for him. He was full of excitement and enthusiasm at the idea, but his mother was not willing to allow him to go. The weather was lowering. She thought that he had not yet fully recovered his health, and she was afraid of other dangers. Instead of saying calmly, after a moment's reflection, to show that her answer was a deliberate one, that he could not go, and then quietly and firmly, but without assigning any reasons, adhering to her decision, a course which, though it could not have saved the boy from emotions of disappointment, would be the best for making those feelings as light and as brief in duration as possible, began to argue the case thus: "Oh, no, Egbert, I would not go a-fishing this afternoon if I were you. I think it is going to rain. Besides, it is a nice cool day to work in the garden, and Lucy would like to have her garden made very much. You know that she was very kind to you when you were sick, how many things she did for you, and preparing her garden for her would be such a nice way of making her a return. I am sure you would not wish to show yourself ungrateful for so much kindness." Then follows a discussion of some minutes, in which Egbert, in a fretful and teasing tone, persists in urging his desire to go a-fishing. He can make the garden, he says, some other day. His mother finally yields, though with great unwillingness, doing all she can to extract all graciousness and sweetness from her consent, and to spoil the pleasure of the excursion to the boy, by saying, as he goes away, that she is sure he ought not to go, and that she shall be uneasy about him all the time that he is gone. Now it is plain that such management as this, though it takes ostensibly the form of a plea on the part of the mother in favor of a sentiment of gratitude in the heart of the boy, can have no effect in cherishing and bringing forward into life any such sentiment, even if it should be already existent there in a nascent state, but can only tend to make the object of it more selfish and heartless than ever. Thus the art of cultivating the sentiment of gratitude, as is the case in all other departments of moral training, cannot be taught by definite lessons or learned by rote. It demands tact and skill, and above all an honest and guileless sincerity. The mother must really look to and aim for the moral effect in the heart of the child, and not merely make formal efforts ostensibly for this end, but really to accomplish some temporary object of her own. Children easily see through all covert intentions of any kind. They sometimes play the hypocrite themselves, but they are always great detectors of hypocrisy in others. But gentle and cautious efforts of the right kind, such as require no high attainments on the part of the mother, but only the right spirit, will in time work wonderful effects. And the mother who perseveres in them, and who does not expect the fruits too soon, will watch with great interest for the time to arrive when her boy will spontaneously, from the promptings of his own heart, take some real trouble, or submit to some real privation or self-denial, to give pleasure to her. She will then enjoy the double gratification, first, of receiving the pleasure, whatever it may be, that her boy has procured for her, and also the joy of finding that the tender plant which she has watched and watered so long, and which for a time seemed so frail that she almost despaired of its ever coming to any good, is really advanced to the stage of beginning to bear fruit, and giving her an earnest of the abundant fruits which she may confidently expect from it in future years. Section 28
of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. 28. Religious Training, Part 1. Chapter 23. Religious Training. It has been my aim in this volume to avoid, as far as possible, all topics involving controversy, and only to present such truths, and to elucidate such principles, as can be easily made to commend themselves to the good sense and the favorable appreciation of all the classes of minds likely to be found among the readers of the work. There are certain very important aspects of the religious question which may be presented, I think, without any serious deviation from this policy. In what true piety consists. Indeed, I think there is far more real than seeming agreement among parents in respect to this subject. Or rather, a large portion of the apparent difference consists in different modes of expressing in words, thoughts, and conceptions connected with spiritual things, which from their very nature cannot any of them be adequately expressed in language at all, and thus it happens that what are substantially the same ideas are customarily clothed by different classes of persons in very different phraseology, while on the other hand the same set of phrases actually represent in different minds very different sets of ideas. For instance, there is perhaps universal agreement in the idea that some kind of change, a change too of a very important character, is implied in the implanting or developing of the spirit of piety in the heart of a child. There is also universal agreement in the fact, often very emphatically asserted in the New Testament, that the essential principles in which true piety consists are those of entire submission in all things to the will of God, and cordial kind feeling towards every man. There is endless disagreement and much earnest contention among different denominations of Christians in respect to the means by which the implanting of these principles is to be secured, and to the modes in which, when implanted, they will manifest themselves. But there is not, so far as would appear, any dissent whatever anywhere from the opinion that the end to be aimed at is the implanting of these principles; that is, that it consists in bringing the heart to a state of complete and cordial submission to the authority and to the will of God, and to a sincere regard for the welfare and happiness of every human being. A question of words. There seems at first view to be a special difference of opinion in respect to the nature of the process by which these principles come to be implanted or developed in the minds of the young. For all must admit that in early infancy they are not there, or at least they do not appear. No one would expect to find in two infants, twin brothers, we will suppose, creeping on the floor, with one apple between them, that there could be at that age any principles of right or justice, or of brotherly love existing in their hearts that could prevent their both crying and quarreling for it. True, says one, but there are germs of those principles, which in time will be developed. No, rejoins another, there are no germs of them, there are only capacities for them, through which, by divine power, the germs may hereafter be introduced. But when we reflect upon the difficulty of forming any clear and practical idea of the difference between a germ and a bud upon an apple tree, for instance, which may ultimately produce fruit, and a capacity for producing it which may subsequently be developed, and still more, how difficult it is to picture to our minds what is represented by these words in the case of a human soul, it would seem as if the apparent difference in people's opinions on such a point must be less a difference in respect to facts than in respect to the phraseology by which the facts should be represented. And there would seem to be confirmation of this view in the fact that the great apparent difference among men in regard to their theoretical views of human nature does not seem to produce any marked difference in their action in practically dealing with it. Some parents, it is true, habitually treat their children with gentleness, kindness, and love. Others are harsh and severe in all their intercourse with them. But we should find, on investigation, that such differences have very slight connection with the theoretical views of the nature of the human soul which the parents respectively entertain. Parents who in their theories seem to think the worst of the native tendencies of the human heart are often as kind and considerate and loving in their dealings with it as any, while no one would be at all surprised to find another, who is very firm in his belief in the native tendency of childhood to good, showing himself, in practically dealing with the actual conduct of children, fretful, impatient, complaining, and very ready to recognize in fact tendencies which in theory he seems to deny. And so, two bank directors, or members of the board of management of any industrial undertaking, when they meet in the street on Sunday, in returning from their respective places of public worship, if they fall into conversation on the moral nature of man, may find, or think they find, that they differ extremely in their views, and may even think each other bigoted or heretical, as the case may be, but yet the next day, when they meet at a session of their board and come to the work of actually dealing with the conduct and the motives of men, they may find that there is practically no difference between them whatever. Or if there should be any difference, such as would show itself in a greater readiness in one than in the other to place confidence in the promises or to confide in the integrity of men, the difference would, in general, have no perceptible relation whatever to the difference in the theological phraseology which they have been accustomed to hear and to assent to in their respective churches. All of which seems to indicate, as has already been said, that the difference in question is rather apparent than real, and that it implies less actual disagreement about the facts of human nature than diversity in the phraseology by which the facts are represented. Agency of the Divine Spirit. It may, however, be said that in this respect, if not in any other, there is a radical difference among parents in respect to human nature, in relation to the religious education of children, namely, that some think that the implanting of the right principles of repentance for all wrongdoing, and sincere desires for the future to conform in all things to the will of God, and seek the happiness and welfare of men, cannot come except by a special act of divine intervention, and is utterly beyond the reach, in respect to any actual efficiency, of all human instrumentalities. This is no doubt true, but it is also no less true in respect to all the powers and capacities of the human soul, as well as to those pertaining to moral and religious duty. If the soul itself is the product of the creative agency of God, all its powers and faculties must be so, and consequently the development of them all, and there certainly can be no reason for making the sentiment of true and genuine piety an exception, must be the work of the same creative power. But some one may say, there is, however, after all, a difference, for while we all admit that both the original entrance of the embryo soul into existence, and every step of its subsequent progress and development, including the coming into being and into action of all its various faculties and powers, are the work of the supreme creative power, the commencement of the divine life in the soul is, in a special and peculiar sense, the work of the divine hand. And this also is doubtless true. At least, there is a certain important truth expressed in that statement. And yet when we attempt to picture to our minds two modes of divine action, one of which is special and peculiar, and the other is not so, we are very likely to find ourselves bewildered and confused, and we soon perceive that in making such inquiries we are going out of our depth, or, in other words, are attempting to pass beyond the limits which mark the present boundaries of human knowledge. In view of these thoughts and suggestions, in the truth of which it would seem that all reasonable persons must concur, we may reasonably conclude that all parents who are willing to look simply at the facts, and who are not too much trammeled by the forms of phraseology to which they are accustomed, must agree in admitting the substantial soundness of the following principles relating to the religious education of children. Order of development in respect to different propensities and powers. Illustration: the first instinct. 1. We must not expect any perceptible awakening of the moral and religious sentiments too soon, nor feel discouraged and disheartened because they do not earlier appear. For, like all the other higher attributes of the soul, they pertain to a portion of the mental structure which is not early developed. It is the group of purely animal instincts that first show themselves in the young, and those even, as we see in the young of the lower animals, generally appear somewhat in the order in which they are required for the individual's good. Birds just hatched from the egg seem to have, for the first few days, only one instinct ready for action, that of opening their mouths wide at the approach of anything towards their nest. Even this instinct is so imperfect and immature that it cannot distinguish between the comings of their mother and the appearance of the face of a boy peering down upon them, or even the rustling of the leaves around them by a stick. In process of time, as their wings become formed, another instinct begins to appear, that of desiring to use the wings and come forth into the air. The development of this instinct and the growth of the wings advance together. Later still, when the proper period of maturity arrives, other instincts appear as they are required, such as the love of a mate, the desire to construct a nest, and the principle of maternal affection. Now there is something analogous to this, in the order of development to be observed in the progress of the human being through the period of infancy to that of maturity. And we must not look for the development of any power or susceptibility before its time, nor be too much troubled if we find that, in the first 2 or 3 years of life, the animal propensities, which are more advanced in respect to the organization which they depend upon, seem sometimes to overpower the higher sentiments and principles, which, so far as the capacity for them exists at all, must be yet in embryo. We must be willing to wait for each to be developed in its own appointed time. Dependence upon divine aid. 2. Anyone who is ready to feel and to acknowledge his dependence upon divine aid for anything whatever in the growth and preservation of his child, will surely be ready to do so in respect to the work of developing or awakening in his heart the principles of piety, since it must be admitted by all that the human soul is the highest of all the manifestations of divine power, and that that portion of its structure on which the existence and exercise of the moral and religious sentiments depend is the crowning glory of it. It is right, therefore, I mean right in the sense of being truly philosophical, that if the parent feels and acknowledges his dependence upon divine power in anything, he should specially feel and acknowledge it here, while there is nothing so well adapted as a deep sense of this dependence, and a devout and habitual recognition of it, and reliance upon it, to give earnestness and efficiency to his efforts, and to furnish a solid ground of hope that they will be crowded with success. The Christian Paradox. 3. The great principle so plainly taught in the sacred Scriptures, namely, that while we depend upon the exercise of divine power for the success of all our efforts for our own spiritual improvement or that of others, just as if we could do nothing ourselves, we must do everything that is possible ourselves, just as if nothing was to be expected from divine power, may be called the Christian paradox. Quote, Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, for it is God that worketh in you both to will and to do. End quote. It would seem, it might be thought, much more logical to say, quote, work out your own salvation, for there is nobody to help you, end quote, or, quote, it is not necessary to make any effort yourselves, for it is God that worketh in you, end quote. It seems strange and paradoxical to say, quote, work out your own salvation, for it is God that worketh in you both to will and to do. End quote. But in this, as in all other paradoxes, the difficulty is in the explanation of the theory, and not in the practical working of it. There is in natural philosophy what is called the hydrostatic paradox, which consists in the fact that a small quantity of any liquid, as for example the coffee in the nose of the coffee pot, will balance and sustain a very much larger quantity, as that contained in the body of it, so as to keep the surface of each at the same level. Young students involve themselves sometimes in hopeless entanglements among the steps of the mathematical demonstration showing how this can be, but no housekeeper ever meets with any practical difficulty in making her coffee rest quietly in its place on account of it. The Christian paradox, in the same way, gives rise to a great deal of metaphysical floundering and bewilderment among young theologians in their attempts to vindicate and explain it. But the humble-minded Christian parent finds no difficulty in practice. It comes very easy to him to do all he can, just as if everything depended upon his efforts, and at the same time to cast all his care upon God, just as if there was nothing at all that he himself could do. Means must be right means. 4. We are apt to imagine, or at least to act sometimes as if we imagined, that our dependence upon the divine aid for what our Savior Jesus designated as the new birth makes some difference in the obligation on our part to employ such means as are naturally adapted to the end in view. If a gardener, for example, were to pour sand from his watering pot upon his flowers in time of drought instead of water, he might make something like a plausible defense of his action in reply to remonstrance, thus: I have no power to make the flowers grow and bloom. The secret processes on which the successful result depends are altogether beyond my reach and in the hands of God, and He can just as easily bless one kind of instrumentality as another. I am bound to do something, it is true, for I must not be idle and inert, but God, if He chooses to do so, can easily bring out the flowers into beauty and bloom, however imperfect and ill-adapted the instrumentalities I use may be. He can as easily make use for His purpose of sand as of water. Now, although there may be a certain plausibility in this reasoning, such conduct would appear to every one perfectly absurd, and yet many parents seem to act on a similar principle. A mother who is from time to time during the week fretful and impatient, evincing no sincere and hearty consideration for the feelings, still less for the substantial welfare and happiness of those dependent upon her, who shows her insubmission to the will of God by complaints and repinings in anything untoward that befalls her, and who evinces a selfish love for her own gratification, her dresses, her personal pleasures, and her fashionable standing, and then, as a means of securing the salvation of her children, is very strict when Sunday comes in enforcing them to read good books, or in repressing on that day any undue exuberance of their spirits, relying upon the blessing of God upon her endeavors, will be very apt to find, in the end, that she has been watering her delicate flowers with sand. The means which we use to awaken or impart the feelings of sorrow for sin, submission to God, and cordial goodwill to man, in which all true piety consists, must be means that are appropriate in themselves to the accomplishment of the end intended. The appliance must be water and not sand, or rather water or sand, with judgment, discrimination, and tact. For the gardener often finds that a judicious mixture of sand with the clayey and clammy soil about the roots of his plants is just what is required. The principle is, that the appliance must be an appropriate one, that is, one indicated by a wise consideration of the circumstance of the case, and of the natural characteristics of the infantile mind. End of section 28. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA. Section 29 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. 29. Religious Training, Part 2. Power of Sympathy. 5. In respect to religious influence over the minds of children, as in all other departments of early training, the tendency to sympathetic action between the heart of the child and the parent is the great source of the parental influence and power. The principle, make a young person love you and then simply be in his presence what you wish him to be, is the secret of success. The tendency of young children to become what they see those around them whom they love are, seems to be altogether the most universally acting and the most powerful of the influences on which the formation of the character depends, and yet it is remarkable that we have no really appropriate name for it. We call it sometimes sympathy, but the word sympathy is associated more frequently in our minds with the idea of compassionate participation in the sufferings of those we love. Sometimes we term it a spirit of imitation, but that phrase implies rather a conscious effort to act like those whom we love, than that involuntary tendency to become like them, which is the real character of the principle in question. The principle is in some respects like what is called induction in physical science, which denotes the tendency of a body which is in any particular magnetic or electric condition to produce the same condition and the same direction of polarity in any similar body placed near it. There is a sort of moral induction, which is not exactly sympathy, in the ordinary sense of that word, nor a desire of imitation, nor the power of example, but an immediate, spontaneous, and even unconscious tendency to become what those around us are. This tendency is very strong in the young, while the opening faculties are in the course of formation and development, and it is immensely strengthened by the influence of love. Whatever, therefore, a mother wishes her child to be, whether a sincere, honest Christian, submissive to God's will, and conscientious in the discharge of every duty, or proud, vain, deceitful, hypocritical, and pharisaical, she has only to be either the one or the other herself, and without any special teaching her child will be pretty sure to be a good copy of the model. Theological instruction. 6. If the principle above stated is correct, it helps to explain why so little good effect is ordinarily produced by what may be called instruction in theological truth on the minds of the young. Any system of theological truth consists of grand generalizations, which, like all other generalizations, are very interesting and often very profitable to mature minds, especially to minds of a certain class, but they are not appreciable by children, and can only in general be received by them as words to be fixed in the memory by rote. Particulars first, generalizations afterwards, is, or ought to be, the order of progress in all acquisition of knowledge. This certainly has been the course pursued by the Divine Spirit in the moral training of the human race. There is very little systematic theology in the Old Testament, and it requires a considerable degree of ingenuity to make out as much as the theologians desire to find even in the teachings of Jesus Christ. It is very well to exercise this ingenuity, and the systematic results which are to be obtained by it may be very interesting and very beneficial to those whose minds are mature enough to enter into and appreciate them, but they are not adapted to the spiritual wants of children, and can only be received by them, if they are received at all, in a dry, formal, mechanical manner. Read, therefore, the stories in the Old Testament, or the parables and discourses of Jesus in the New, without attempting to draw many inferences from them in the way of theoretical belief, but simply to bring out to the mind and heart of the child the moral point intended in each particular case, and the heart of the child will be touched, and he will receive an element of instruction which he can arrange and group with others in theological generalization by and by, when his faculties have advanced to the generalizing stage. No repulsive personal applications. 7. In reading the Scriptures, and indeed in all forms of giving religious counsel or instruction, we must generally beware of presenting the thoughts that we communicate in the form of reproachful personal application. There may be exceptions to this rule, but it is undoubtedly in general a sound one. For the work which we have to do is not to attempt to drive the heart from the wrong to the right by any repellent action which the wrong may be made to exert, but to allure it by an attractive action with which the right may be invested. We must, therefore, present the incidents and instructions of the Word in their alluring aspect, assuming in a great measure that our little pupil will feel pleasure with us in the manifestations of the right, and will sympathize with us in disapproval of the wrong. To secure them to our side in the views which we take, we must show a disposition to take them to it by an affectionate sympathy. Our Savior set us an excellent example of relying on the superior efficiency of the bond of sympathy and love in its power over the hearts of children, as compared with that of formal theological instruction, in the few glimpses which we have of his mode of dealing with them. When they brought little children to him, he did not begin to expound to them the principles of the government of God, or the theoretical aspects of the way of salvation, but took them up in his arms and blessed them, and called the attention of the bystanders at the same time to qualities and characteristics which they possessed that he seemed to regard with special affection, and which others must imitate to be fit for the kingdom of God. Of course, the children went away pleased and happy from such an interview, and would be made ready by it to receive gladly to their hearts any truths or sentiments which they might subsequently hear attributed to one who was so kind a friend to them. If, however, instead of this, he had told them, no matter in what kind and gentle tones, that they had very wicked hearts, which must be changed before either God or any good man could truly love them, and that this change could only be produced by a power which they could only understand to be one external to themselves, and that they must earnestly pray for it every day, how different would have been the effect! They would have listened in mute distress, would have been glad to make their escape when the conversation was ended, and would shrink from ever seeing or hearing again one who placed himself in an attitude so uncongenial to them. And yet all that might be true. They might have had yet only such appetites and propensities developed within them as would, if they continued to hold paramount control over them all their lives, make them selfish, unfeeling, and wicked men, and that they were in a special though mysterious manner dependent on the divine power for bringing into action within them other and nobler principles. And so, if a physician were called in to see a sick child, he might see that it was in desperate danger, and that unless something could be done, and that speedily, to arrest the disease, his little patient would be dead in a few hours. And yet to say that to the poor child, and overwhelm it with terror and distress, would not be a very suitable course of procedure for averting the apprehended result. Judge not, that ye be not judged. 8. And this leads us to reflect, in the eighth place, that we ought to be very careful in our conversations with children, and especially in addresses made to them in the Sunday school, or on any other occasion, not to say anything to imply that we consider them yet unconverted sinners. No one can possibly know at how early an age that great change which consists in the first faint enkindling of the divine life in the soul may begin to take place, nor with what faults and failings and yieldings to the influence of the mere animal appetites and passions of childhood it may for a time coexist. We should never, therefore, say anything to children to imply that, in the great question of their relations to God and the Savior, we take it for granted that they are on the wrong side. We cannot possibly know on which side they really are, and we only dishearten and discourage them, and alienate their hearts from us, and tend to alienate them from all good, by seeming to take it for granted that, while we are on the right side, they are still upon the wrong. We should, in a word, say we, and not you, in addressing children on religious subjects, so as to imply that the truths and sentiments which we express are equally important and equally applicable to us as to them, and thus avoid creating that feeling of being judged and condemned beforehand and without evidence, which is so apt to produce a broad though often invisible gulf of separation in heart between children on the one hand and ministers and members of the church on the other. Promised rewards and threatened punishments. 9. It is necessary to be extremely moderate and cautious in employing the influence of promised rewards or threatened punishments as a means of promoting early piety. In a religious point of view, as in every other, goodness that is bought is only a pretense of goodness. That is, in reality it is no goodness at all. And as it is true that love casteth out fear, so it is also true that fear casteth out love. Suppose, though it is almost too violent a supposition to be made even for illustration's sake, that the whole Christian world could be suddenly led to believe that there was to be no happiness or suffering at all for them beyond the grave, and that the inducement to be grateful to God for his goodness and submissive to his will, and to be warmly interested in the welfare and happiness of man, were henceforth to rest on the intrinsic excellence of those principles, and to their constituting essentially the highest and noblest development of the moral and spiritual nature of man, how many of the professed disciples of Jesus would abandon their present devotion to the cause of love to God and love to man? Not one, except the hypocrites and pretenders. The truth is, that as piety that is genuine and sincere must rest on very different foundations from hope of future reward or fear of future punishment, so this hope and this fear are very unsuitable instrumentalities to be relied on for awakening it. The kind of gratitude to God which we wish to cherish in the mind of a child is not such as would be awakened towards an earthly benefactor by saying, in the case of a present made by an uncle, for instance, "Your uncle has made you a beautiful present. Go and thank him very cordially, and perhaps you will get another." It is rather of a kind which might be induced by saying, "Your uncle, who has been so kind to you in past years, is poor and sick, and can never do anything more for you now. Would you like to go and sit in his sick room to show your love for him and to be ready to help him if he wants anything?" True piety, in a word, which consists in entering into and steadily maintaining the right moral and spiritual relations with God and man, marks the highest condition which the possibilities of human nature allow, and must rest in the soul which attains to it on a very different foundation from anything like hope or fear. That there is a function which it is the province of these motives to fulfill is abundantly proved by the use that is sometimes made of them in the Scriptures. But the more we reflect on the subject, the more we shall be convinced, I think, that all such considerations ought to be kept very much in the background in our dealings with children. If a child is sick, and is even likely to die, it is a very serious question whether any warning given to him of his danger will not operate as a hindrance rather than a help in awakening those feelings which will constitute the best state of preparation for the change. For a sense of gratitude to God for his goodness, and to the Savior for the sacrifice which he made for his sake, penitence for his sins, and trust in the forgiving mercy of his Maker, are the feelings to be awakened in his bosom, and these, so far as they exist, will lead him to lie quietly, calmly, and submissively in God's hands, without anxiety in respect to what is before him. It is a serious question whether an entire uncertainty as to the time when his death is to come is not more favorable to the awakening of these feelings than the state of alarm and distress which would be excited by the thought that it was near. The reasonableness of gentle measures in religious training. The mother may sometimes derive from certain religious considerations the idea that she is bound to look upon the moral delinquencies and dangers which she observes in her children under an aspect more stern and severe than seems to be here recommended. But a little reflection must convince us that the way to true repentance of, and turning from, sin is not necessarily through the suffering of terror and distress. The gospel is not an instrumentality for producing terror and distress, even as means to an end. It is an instrumentality for saving us from these ills, and the divine Spirit, in the hidden and mysterious influence which it exercises in forming or transforming the human soul into the image of God, must be as ready, it would seem, to sanction and bless efforts made by a mother to allure her child away from its sins by loving and gentle invitations and encouragements, as any attempts to drive her from them by the agency of terror or pain. It would seem that no one who remembers the way in which Jesus Christ dealt with the children that were brought to him could possibly have any doubt of this. End of section 29. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 30 of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noto 420. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott. Conclusion. Any person who has acquired the art of examining and analyzing his own thoughts will generally find the mental pictures which he forms of the landscapes or the interiors in which the scenes are laid, of the events or incidents related in any work of fiction which interests him, are modeled more or less closely from prototypes previously existing in his own mind, and generally upon those furnished by the experiences of his childhood. If, for example, he reads an account of transactions represented as taking place in an English palace or castle, he will usually, on a careful scrutiny, find that the basis of his conception of the scene is derived from the arrangement of the rooms of some fine house with which he was familiar in early life. Thus, a great many things which attract our attention and impress themselves upon our memories in childhood become the models and prototypes, more or less aggrandized and improved, perhaps, of the concepts and images which we form in later years. Nature of the effect produced by early impressions. Few persons who have not specifically reflected on this subject or examined closely the operations of their own minds are aware what an extended influence the images thus stored in the mind in childhood have in forming the basis or furnishing the elements of the mental structures of future life. But the truth, when once understood, shows what vast importance it is with what images the youthful mind is to be stored. A child who ascends a lofty mountain under favorable circumstances in his childhood has had conceptions of all the mountain scenery that he reads of or hears of through life, modified and aggrandized by the impression made upon his sensorium at this early stage. Take your daughter, who has always, we will suppose, lived in the country, on an excursion with you to the seashore, and allow her to witness for an hour, as she sits in silence on the cliff, the surf rolling in incessantly upon the beach, and indefinitely the smallest part of the effect is the day's gratification which you have given to her. That is comparatively nothing. You have made a lifelong change, if not in the very structure, at least in the permanent furnishing of her mind, and performed a work that can never, by any possibility, be undone. The images which have been awakened in her mind, the emotions connected with them, and the effect of these images and emotions upon her faculties of imagination and conception will infuse a life into them which will make her, in respect to this aspect of her spiritual nature, a different being as long as she lives. The nature and origin of general ideas. It is the same substantially in respect to all those abstract and general ideas on moral or other kindred subjects which constitute the mental furnishing of the adult man, and have so great an influence in the formation of his habits of thought and of his character. They are chiefly formed from combinations of the impressions made in childhood, A person's idea of justice, for instance, or of goodness, is a generalization of the various instances of justice or goodness which ever came to his knowledge. And of course, among materials of this generation, those instances that were brought into his mind during the impressible years of childhood must have taken a very prominent part. Every story, therefore, which you relate to a child to exemplify the principles of justice or goodness takes its place, or rather, the impression which it makes takes its place as one of the elements out of which the ideas that are to govern his future life are formed. Vast importance and influence of this mental furnishing. For the ideas and generalizations, thus mainly formed from the images and impressions received in childhood, become in later years the element of the machinery, so to speak, by which all his mental operations are performed. Thus, they seem to constitute more than the mere furniture of the mind. They form, as it were, almost a part of the structure itself. So true, indeed, is this, and so engrossing a part. Does what remains in the mind of former impressions, does its subsequent action, that some philosophers have maintained, that the whole of the actual consciousness of man consists only in the resultant of all these impressions preserved, more or less imperfectly, by the memory, and made to mingle together in one infinitely complicated but harmonious whole? Without going to any such extreme as this, we can easily see, on reflection, how vast an influence on the ideas and conceptions, as well as on the principles of action in mature years, must be exerted by the nature and character of the images which the period of infancy and childhood impress upon the mind. All parents should therefore feel that it is not merely the present welfare and happiness of their child that is concerned in their securing him to a tranquil and happy childhood, but that his capacity for enjoyment through life is greatly dependent upon it. They are, in a very important sense, entrusted with the work of building up the structure of his soul for all time, and it is incumbent upon them, with reference to the future, as well as to the present, to be careful what materials they allow to go into the work, as well as in what manner they lay them. Among other bearings of this thought, it gives great weight to the importance of employing gentle measures in the management and training of the young, provided that such measures can be made effectual in the accomplishment of the end. The pain produced by an act of hasty and angry violence, to which a father subjects his son, may soon pass away, but the memory of it does not pass away with the pain. Even the remembrance of it may at length fade from the mind, but there is still an effect which does not pass away with the remembrance. Every strong impression which you make upon his perceptive powers must have a very lasting influence, and even the impression itself may, in some cases, be forever indelible. Let us then take care that these impressions shall be, as far as possible, such as shall be sources of enjoyment for them in future years. It is true that we must govern them. They are committed to our charge during the long time which is required for the gradual unfolding of their embryo powers, for the express purpose that during the interval they may be guided by our reason and not their own. We cannot surrender this trust, but there is a way of faithfully fulfilling the duties of it, if we have the discernment to see it and skill to follow it, which will make the years of their childhood years of tranquility and happiness, both to ourselves and to them. End of section 30. Recording by Noto 420. End of Gentle Measures in the Management and Training of the Young by Jacob Abbott.